Okay, welcome to today's Cockburn Council meeting, Wednesday, 30th of July, 2025. Welcome to our people who are online and welcome to members of the public that have come today to present and listen. Thank you for that. First item on the agenda will be apologies. I have one from Councillor Manderson. Further apologies. Okay, I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Naya. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And carried. Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Howard. All those in favour raise their hand. Say aye. Aye. Against. Motion carried. Conflict of interest. Is there any conflicts of interest to declare today? Councillor Paniora. 1.6. Okay, forum, thank you. We have Tristan Sample, the Warriors Lodge, Dargaville Town Hall is their subject. Would you like to step forward? Just to tell you that you have 5 minutes to present and we will have the opportunity for people to ask for questions of clarification. And I'd like you to feel relaxed and comfortable about it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Tristan.
My name is Tristan Sample. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Warriors Lodge Gaming Club, subsidiary of the Arts Association, and also the Dargaville Medieval Combat Club. So basically, the possibility of the municipal building being closed to the public for what is called by the CEO of council an indefinite time is absolutely unacceptable. It can so easily be avoided. Our club and the greater overarching Dargaville Arts Association continue to provide a valuable contribution to entertainment, arts and culture on the West Coast. That's before you consider implications for the Anzac Theatre Cinema, our neighbours who granted the ability to keep operating by the Arts Association when the deterioration of the Town Hall Annex 3 years ago forced them to shut. Nothing was done to finally rectify the problem, and it's now 2020. Failure to commit to a plan which will deliver a Town Hall back to Dargaville will be visible, disappointing failure for this council and a immediate end to this administration. It would be at least circumstantial proof that Dargaville was severely disregarded in the decision-making of this council. While a delay might not disrupt our club, this is an issue which affects the entire town. We have been assured we will find another place to go, but who knows? You may have been convinced by the community that they are happy to wait, to pay more, and to accept the possibility of nothing happening for a whole nother term. Nobody we've talked to in the real community wants more delays, costs. Keep the budget you have allocated for this project. If there are small amendments to the plans needed to make the whole work and they are within the budget, commit to them. It's our understanding that options 1 and 2 will allow this to happen. Do we concede that the budget allocated and the plan put forward will deliver a masterpiece? Of course not. Functional amenities are what we need. Rally to make the place look fantastic later. We've raised money for other projects before, and we will do so again. Dargaville is greatly community funded. We accept that the previous council before you handed you this issue. The annex has been uninsurable since 2020. But passing this on to the new administration, yourselves, is not the answer. If you think that it's unfair to be handed this problem, it's hypocritical and immoral to do the same. Break the cycle. Fix the problem. For those of you who are seeking re-election, consider carefully the optics of your decision on the Dargaville Town Hall. A large and motivated voter base is watching from the West. This issue is a major one, which could decide who sits at this table in November. We urge you to show that you are here to make decisions for all of Kaipara. The plans are there. The money is there. You voted to fix this issue and show leadership. Show character. Do what you said you would do. Follow through. Please consider the arts and culture, commerce and community of Dargaville and vote for option 1 or option 2 in your deliberations today. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, questions, Councillor Naya.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just have one question to you, obviously. You have waited 5 years for it, at least, and nothing has been done.
At least.
This is the time of promises.
Yes. It's the
You
time
have not delivered.
It's the time for action. Promises were made.
Well, won't you think it's better to pass on in a month or two and get something done at that time rather than done in a hurry?
I would consider the fact that it was uninsurable in 2020. I moved up to Dargaville 9 years ago when my sons were born, and I've only been in that building once. We're hardly hurrying at this point. We're dragging our feet.
Yes.
So it's time to act.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Vincent?
Yeah, I pick up on what you said in your presentation about the need for something that's fit for purpose rather than a monument to our heritage, whatever. Now, and you referred to options 1 and 2 being both acceptable solutions, I suppose. Now, that's relating to the options 1 and 2 in our report we're addressing today?
So that's the case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I was flooded in last night, so I when the speech was written.
Okay, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Tristan. My question is, so we do have option 1 and 2. Are you aware that they have different timelines attached to them? So option 1 would be completed in February 2026, option 2 in October 2026.
They are still far better than the alternatives, which is basically doing nothing, pulling the building down and letting it sit and rot. And aside from the fact that it's a heritage building that you'll be leaving exposed, I'm pretty sure it's not legal. There's other implications too.
Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, I think it's really me. Hi, Tristan. Thanks for coming along today. Have you seen the proposed plans of what is on the table at the moment on?
So that's the courtyard and stuff you're talking about, like the outside area and courtyard for concerts and things of that nature, is it?
No. The moving of the toilets, the ramps to gain access. You've seen all those.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've all sat through. We've had a few meetings now at the Dargaville Town Hall and the Warriors Lodge Gaming Club to discuss this.
No, I just wondered if you're aware and you'd seen those plans.
Yeah, Andy has kept us well informed.
Are there any concerns that you've got with what has been proposed?
I mean, as long as it's functional, it seems to be functional to me. I very much like something to be like some progress to be made because the building's just sitting there. So we can always, we're very community driven in Dargaville. We're quite capable of raising funds to renovate things and stuff like that. If we can just get a functional building and some functional facilities, we can always upgrade those later. And yeah, so I'm happy. It might be a bit of a stretch, but yeah, it's better than the alternatives, isn't it?
Okay, next question of clarification or question from Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Howard.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to thank you and your team for travelling all the way over to Mangawhai this morning to present to us. I know that it's not easy to present in a room full of people. So just touching on your comments around being happy with options 1 or 2, specifically, did you have a position on option 2, stream 2, where it says on the report and it's highlighted that the design and full procurement approach is to let the market inform the council as to how much can be achieved for the available budget, which I understand is a very unknown and speculative sum at this point in time. Was there any position or comment on that?
My understanding was that there was money allocated and set aside for this already and that there's a number attached to that. So I'm not sure what you mean by a number that's not set. I've seen numbers on paper. So unless those are estimates, which I'm pretty sure a quote is not, being a businessman, I've done that before. If you estimate, you can adjust. If you quote, you match the quote. So I think, I think we just need to push through and get this done. I think this needs to be done. It's been years. That's a space that's an eyesore. It's not being used for anything right now. It's a hangout for, wasted youth, pretty much. Like there's vandalism. It's ongoing. Like last week, there was fresh vandalism copper's been stolen out of there. It needs to be dealt with. It's dragging Dargaville down, and we just need to get this functioning.
Okay, councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tristan, and I do appreciate you, like others, you all coming over. It's been a vexed situation and been on for too long. So I just want to be very, very clear that you guys, you're not part of the working group. You're part of the user group.
Yes.
There. So long as we can show you a way through a process through that will get some use functionality out of the building, at least by August next year, or June next year, if not, or October next year. You're happy with that. You don't really worry about option one or option two, the two-phase strategy that is being presented today.
So my main concern as the founder of the Warriors Lodge Gaming Club with over 50 members and dozens of weekly members, is we will have nowhere to go.
Yep.
We have thousands and thousands of dollars worth of 3D printers that were funded through grants. We're sitting up there, the community comes through and uses, and that we do lessons on. We do free seminars out of that building. We're looking at going into schools and doing school programs. It's Dungeons and Dragons and math, and teaching them that. But if there's nowhere for us to go, I'm not for any plan that has that. I'm sure that plan 1 and 2 will give us somewhere to go, and the other options don't.
So you in the short term, not worried about access.
As long as access is not affected.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Tough.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you, Tristan, for your presentations. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah.
Please vote for it. You're watching.
Okay, I'll move to confirm the open minutes for the 25th of June 25. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Naya, all those in favour, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Open mic report 4.1.
Yeah. I'd like to seek an adjournment in light of what's come to light, just that presentation, and also in light of the timeframes that are there.
It should be in public. You can have an adjournment if you want, but I don't understand why we need an adjournment. We can talk about it.
No, I think we need to talk about this in the public arena, so let's open it up.
Yeah, in light of that, I'd like to move option 3.
And 3, can I have a seconder for that, please?
Can we just pause and have a look what? Bring that up, Alana.
Sorry, Chair, can you give me more direction? Are you keeping A and B and then C will be approved option?
Option 4 is in the agenda.
Is that right?
So instead of, in light of the motion that is there, it says the option 2. I'd like that changed to option 3.
Project. So,
Stop project rescope redesign with the stakeholders' representation, expectations and/or wider community consultation,
I'm happy.
which has been lacking up to this stage.
can we say that?
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Naya.
Part of what you just said.
It's got no additional.
Hang on just a minute, we're going to discuss it. We're going to have staff present and then we're going to open it up to a normal council meeting process. Thank you. Okay, we're not voting on that yet.
Additional time.
So Hayley will be presenting this item, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got Hayley and we've got Brian as well. And we'll ask Hayley to introduce the item and the recommendation in that staff report. And we talk to the motion, please. And you've got a question here from Councillor Larson. Okay.
Councillor Larson?
Thank you, Your Worship. For clarity, for the elected members, we've just had a motion moved and seconded, but we haven't actually seen what it is. Once it's been typed up, could we give it later on the screen so we know?
Certainly, I think that's,
We can do that.
I think that's a good thing to do.
Consistent with the
Can you
presentation.
please refrain? You, put that up on the,
Opposite to it.
But it's in light of.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the motion that's on the table up on the screen for you to see. For clarity, it is the same A and the same B that is in the staff report. Number C, we'll just make it bigger so no one enters onto that, will approve option 3 as outlined in this report. And that's the wording, and thank you, Alana, that's the wording from the report. Mr. Mayor, are we okay to continue
Yep.
with the introduction?
please present, please, on this item.
Thank you, Hayley. Brian?
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. I'll take the report as read. This item follows last month's meeting where we had a live procurement process and we proposed a plan to resolve stakeholder concerns. The council asked last month for the item to lay on the table until we received advice on whether or not we could split the procurement and the budget. We've now sought that advice through New Zealand procurement, and the recommendation there has been that we cancel the current procurement process and re-tender it. And the options for re-tendering are to re-tender a single project end to end with one budget, one design, one tender, or to stage the budget and split it into two different streams. Now, the original proposed plan was stream 1 demolition, stream 2 construction, and we understand that's council's preferred approach, a staged approach. We have looked into this extensively and we've gone and consulted our consent teams, our building consent teams, and our compliance teams to understand how we could achieve a staged approach. And so we've proposed a slightly different staged approach to what was originally suggested by elected members, and that is to separate the buildings within the complex. So stream 1 would be the demolition of the annex, the reinstatement of the municipal building alongside the municipal building toilets, remediation of the extended slab, the fire exit complete, and temporary recladding of the that would make the municipal building open to the municipal building tenants without waiting and being hampered by the town hall progress and designs. And then stream 2 would be resolving the concerns around the town hall and the designs there. Option 1 obviously is re-tendering end to end, and we can ask the market whether or not the stakeholder representative concerns can be included in that budget. We need to note that there's a risk that as costs continue to increase, and the tender that we received last year, that budget may no longer be enough to afford either of these options. And I'm just going to pass to Brian just to talk about the two-staged approach, which would achieve some of elected members' concerns or resolve some of those concerns, and it would also achieve access to the municipal building. But there are some risks around that I'll get Brian to speak to.
Thank you, Ali. Through the chair, yeah, there are some inherent risks in separating the scope out. So a demolition only would render both buildings unusable until obviously the additional work was completed. Separation of the municipal and the hall building as standalone projects, if you deliver the municipal building only with the budget we have, there's a risk in downsizing the current consent to deal with this building, would limit that consent to that municipal building only, and there would be a new consent required to restage the hall construction. At the moment, the consent covers basically essentially three aspects. It covers the demolition, it covers your municipal building, reclad and compliance, and also the hall reclad and compliance. So separating them out obviously would bring additional cost and basically reconsenting or amending the consent as compliant. At the moment, the security services, fire safety, etc., are all linked through the 3 different areas. So they would need to be separated out. There is obviously a budget risk in separating the projects out as well. Additional costs would be incurred to address some of the requested items, removing of the heritage exit on the municipal building, etc. So there are some inherent costs involved as well, which will be additional cost of the current budget. So, but it's foreseeable that to do the demolition stage 1 would mean leaving the hall toilets as they are, but demolishing the annex building in relationship to the municipal building, and then remediating the municipal building with the new toilets would make that compliant and usable. And then the hall would need to be addressed as a separate item, separate scope.
I just want to note the motion on the screen, and that's to stop the project, rescope, redesign. So that can be achievable, and the risk around that is obviously the town hall and that complex has been closed for a significant amount of time. The longer the annex, which is allowing water ingress into the building, and is, I guess, maintaining mould conditions, the longer that stays open, the more the town hall will deteriorate, and the conference hall next to it. So if we remove the annex and we can clad those buildings and close them off, it means that we can really start understanding the cost for remediating the inside of those buildings. The longer we leave the annex there and don't demolish it and leave the complex in its current state, the quicker that town hall will deteriorate, and there's a risk that that mould may impact the municipal building if we leave that longer as well. So this is definitely an option for you to consider, but you just need to understand that there is risk around that as well. And there's also a risk that because of the inflations of costs going on, we're being impacted by construction costs and inflation from what's going on around the world. It's not just a New Zealand problem. So we need to be aware that if we do close it and we do stop and rescope this project, we may not have enough budget to be able to achieve what the community would like. Take question.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you through the chair. So would you agree that the effect of this decision today, if this motion was to pass, would be to start the 5-year process that the council's just undertaken all over again? And would we be back to square one and a lot worse off to the extent that we may run out of the budget that's been allocated and have a worse off plan as a result?
So I don't think that it would take 5 years to resolve. I do think that we can redesign and retender it, but I do think that will have a lag. I don't think that'll be achieved quickly.
I meant that we've just gone through a 5-year process from the start to where we are now. We would then have to start.
We would have to start
again. We're cancelling, redesigning and retendering, and then probably re-budgeting as well at some point.
Yeah. That's correct. We would have to re-spend essentially most of that 213,000 we've spent.
And is it fair to say that these designs have been sitting here for nearly 3 years, and that without any signal that anything was untoward until approximately 1.5 months ago, when the committee through Councillor Lambeth signalled that the designs were a problem to the extent that we're here today discussing it? Is that fair to say that those designs were floating around and even consulted on through the community consultation that we engaged in?
No, I'd say that's incorrect. So the designs were developed quite early on. So obviously the previous council decided that they didn't want to remediate, they didn't want to make good or put back any of the facilities there. They just wanted to demolish and reclad and create a functional, accessible town hall. So I guess the designs were very limited in that sense because we weren't putting anything back. So staff did create the designs to achieve the scope that council approved. And we provided conceptual designs to the public, but the finalised designs weren't shared until much later, like mid last year.
Okay, councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've got to say that all that's gone on, there must be a case study for this project to learn what not to do, how to get on and get things done properly. And so we've got something to use that's meaningful for the future. I'm drawn to page 33, where here under NZP feedback, and of course, let's remember that NZP have actually gone against.
Is this working to a question?
Yep. NZP have actually worked against the position that was put forward by staff, by the council. But NZP advised that because of the current procurement process should be cancelled and reissued as one project end to end. So my question is, those who are promoting it, how much, realistically, how much longer is this going to take to get to the finality that the people of Dargaville want for a fully usable, functional dual facility in there? Do we have, I mean, there's probably, how long's a piece of string, but we must have an idea, if we're talking about this one, how much longer it will take. I'm prepared to accept that it's easy to put up that, it may cost more, there's a risk. There's a risk all sorts of ways, different ways of doing it. I actually find out that,
please.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting to it. We'll find out that actually all the stuff that we've done in the past was wrong anyway. We might find a more efficient process to do. So the question is, what is the real timeline factor that will delay the use of the facility going this way?
Through the chair, so we have had a probity report completed by New Zealand Procurement who have given us an indication on what we could do differently. But in terms of timelines, we've provided indicative timelines for each of the phases. So if we did a full single tender for the current approved scope and budget, and look to create a second project through the long-term plan in December for meeting the stakeholder representatives' concerns, that project could start, very, very soon and could be finished early in the new year. If we did option 2, then obviously there's 2 different timelines there. We would complete stage 1, get the municipal building open, and complete stage 2 sort of over the term of next calendar year. Option 4 to stop it, option 3 to stop.
Option 3.
So if we stopped it, how long's a piece of string? It could be depending on what the community want, and I would recommend to go out and ask wider community what they would want, and then estimating.
I might ask Councillor Lambeth, as being the promoter of the motion, what is the, and in his mind, what is the anticipated timeline?
I think that's something he can answer when he presents. Can I move on to the next question, councillor Ash?
Thank you, Chair.
Followed by councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Can I ask my question now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just have one question, obviously. I won't go into the saga of what happened and so many times happened. It's the third option on the table in my town. My question is, you have a legal report cancelled on the basis of probity. Probity, I'm just looking at the word. I mean, it was foreign, third language English anyway, which says is lack of honesty in procurement and in public dealing. So do you have any example of that on which we can cancel the contract?
So through the chair, that report is in PEX.
Yeah. So,
So it's in PEX, it doesn't need discussing here, councillor
all
No.
right, thank you.
Okay, Erin Wilson Collins.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I think there might have been some misrepresentation in councillor Howard's questioning. The probity report, I believe, as the paragraphs that are in this report, was commenting on the plan that council put forward at the last meeting, not on what the staff have been planning. So those paragraphs in our report are telling us we need to stop because we've interfered too much. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, for me, I think I can appreciate what's at the core of what councillor Lambeth is striving for, but to me, the first priority was to stop the rot. And is there somewhere in that where we actually make the buildings weatherproof, which involves some demolition, and then stop for a cup of tea and have a think about how we can best address what's left. So that's, I mean, I'm speaking from a vast lack of knowledge here. So I just was wondering, like, in principle, is some approach like that feasible? Because one, it would mean that there was some action, so that things weren't getting any worse, as long as they're not going to be 1.5 times more expensive.
Yeah, so through the chair, option 2 does achieve that because in our proposed split, we can do that. We could demolish and make good the municipal building, and so that would create action pretty quickly. But I guess if you want to talk about the connections for all the consent, so if we demolish the annex and we don't do the recladding or make good the slab, both of those buildings will remain closed. Yeah.
Through the chair, yeah, that's the main risk around just doing the demolition at this stage and then pausing. That means basically the municipal building is unusable as well.
Oh, well, yeah. Limited visual imagination, but I would have thought that the process of making good would enable at least the municipal building to be operational. Is that your option? How you see option 2 serving?
Through the chair, that's why option 2 for us is deliver some of that's functional in that the municipal building is delivered as reclad functional, but it does mean downsizing the current consent to isolate the municipal building to be delivered appropriately.
Yep.
And then it means basically pausing, if you like, and redesigning or reassessing the hall and the associated aspects that the working group would like to be incorporated.
Toilets and stuff.
Yes, etc. Yeah. So in order to deliver the municipal building compliant, we're going to need to put toilets in there. We're going to need to complete the fire safety, make sure the fire egress, etc. is compliant and get that signed off separately. And then obviously the hall can be readdressed and looked at as far as design and any additional aspects that want to be added.
But that demolition in relation to the hall, would that then be watertight?
We would recommend that the hall toilets, the current structure that's there behind the stage, be left as it is to just basically keep that area isolated and integrated with the hall itself. Demolishing that area would then expose that rear of the hall to future deterioration potentially.
So as long as it's not causing ingress of moisture.
Correct. No more than it is at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Paniora, followed by councillor Wilson Collins, followed by councillor Lambeth, followed by councillor Naya.
Thank you.
Yeah, the question I have similarly set around the timeline. I just looking at the report and some of the dates that have been set around August. I just can't see as plausible given the motion that's on the table, because if we're to reset and start again, then what is in your opinion, based on everything that you know of this project today, what is the first month that we could start actually demolishing the building?
Yeah, thank you. So the estimated project start date, that's like when we would start the new design and procurement process.
I just,
so,
the
yeah.
actual work, because
So I think at about 2 months, to the project start date to get us through the tendering process.
you're saying August, September, October, and you'd be into the demolition?
Yeah, correct.
Like, come on.
Are you making a statement or a question?
You can put a question mark on that.
Because we will need to come back to this council table again, because we're flying, we're cancelling today, so we need we need to give the new mandate to you in a council meeting. So a more simple question, when is the soonest council meeting that we can be making the decision to restart the works?
Today. So if you chose option 1, 2, 3, 4, that would start that today. We would need a couple of months at option 1 and option 2. We'd need a couple of months to go through the tendering process. But yeah, works could start around about October if that was the case. Our procurement policy doesn't mean that we've got to come back to council and ask for approval of a procurement plan. So we would be able to proceed from here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
But what if it was option 3?
Option 3, stop.
We're going rescoping.
That there's no timeline around that.
But we need to come back to a council decision.
I mean, we would, if we had a totally different design that was outside of budget, and if any of our procurement approaches came back and said, you know, the tenders were outside of our budget, we'd have to come back and ask for more direction.
To make a
No, you speak in the process. You don't interrupt. Thank you. Councillor.
I haven't finished my questions. I had questions last month that I never got to because things went south pretty fast. So there's been some issues raised with the toilets, the rebuild of the toilets. So where the current toilets are between the cinema and the town hall itself, that is demolished, and there's a new toilet block to be put in there, I believe.
We proposed that, yeah.
Yeah, so there's some issues being raised about that there's concrete slab. How does it get piped? How, like, has that all been investigated? Like, where can staff comment on that issue that's been raised?
Okay, through the chair, the toilet design has not been 100% completed. So there was an option, and it's in the report, there's an option for the municipal building toilets, make them compliant, and then the actual design of the whole solution has not been finalised. The render that's on the current plans is a modular unit. So there's an area there on the current site that transitions from a concrete slab to timber.
Yeah.
So the area where that portable toilet is, or the modular toilet is shown, it's got a timber subfloor. So the services can be under there.
Right.
There's no
issue. Okay. And the other thing that was raised was ramps going into the hall that have to be a certain. Yeah. So that encroaches, or almost encroaches, on one of the badminton courts, but there's three badminton courts.
Yeah, and if I can just confirm, the badminton club does currently have an option at the Dargaville High School.
Okay.
And Sportsville Stage 2 is proposing badminton courts as well. So we just need to think about how we're provisioning.
And those ramps, are they, how difficult would it be to pull those out again when another annex will be built and you no longer need the ramp? Are they permanent? Are they made of concrete? What's happening there?
So through the chair, it's basically a timber framed ramp that's needed for NZS 4121 compliance around accessibility, people with disabilities or mobility issues. That's part of the requirements on the building code for public. The ramps are 1 and 12, so they're basically designed about 100 mil high at the moment, so that's approximately 12. So 100 up is 1.2 metres out. So if you have another couple of 100 mil for, on site, we anticipate there's about a 1.4 metre encroachment into the current hall. Right. The badminton courts start about 1.7 metres. So there's still space, you know, there's a little, they do encroach into the hall, but they don't lap onto the actual court themselves.
But there is a potential they could be built to be removed.
Because there's a
Correct.
long-term plan.
Yeah,
Correct.
so it can be, they could be uplifted, and there's different ways to build these ramps. You can get them moulded, like rubber compound, and et cetera, et cetera. But
Okay,
there is potential to investigate options to minimise the ramp. The design they currently have is, the reason why it's been lifted is because the outside slab is the same level as the timber
Yeah.
floor.
yes.
So really to get the channel drain, which is another compliance, so you need to either dig down, which you can't do at the moment, or
Right,
you have to elevate it.
right.
Now there is actually a gap between the actual structure. I've been under the hall and had a look. So there is a gap there that we could potentially investigate and to, you know, potentially look at whether the ramps need to be the current design or not.
And so do options 1 and 2 allow for those sorts of investigations?
Option 1 and 2 both do, but option 1, those would happen while the project was in flight, and we would just be resolving those concerns in flight. Option 2, it would happen in stream 2, so it would happen separately.
And I have hopefully one final question. With options 1 and 2, so our advice was stop what we're doing and go back to retender, and you've given us option 1 and 2 to do. That means that other contractors can apply, because I'm told by the community that Councillor Lambeth has contractors ready to go. So if people have that, if it's available, and we go back out to tender, then they can apply for the
Absolutely.
works under a proper procurement process.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, councillor Lambert, you have a question?
I
Oh, you after, you've already had some.
Yeah, just a question, just a confirmation here. Is it correct to say that the plans, the current plans were finished and put in for consent in December 2023? The consent was granted in October 2024. And yet the consultation with the stakeholders group wasn't, those plans weren't actually showed them until March 2025. Are those dates correct?
So through the chair, I'll get Brian to confirm those dates, but the terms of reference for the working group was never to share consents. It was to look for how to resolve the fact that we were taking a whole lot of stuff away from the town hall and not putting it back. So this was essentially to identify that stage 2 project, what that looks like, what the budget is and how it might connect to any future community hub. And then I'll just get you to confirm those timeframes.
I'll just clarify something here. So your brief was never ever to consult with the stakeholders group? Was that what the brief that you were given?
No, about the current project, yes. The brief for the stakeholder working group was to identify, given that council is taking away so much stuff, demolishing sets of toilets, all-weather gathering annex and commercial kitchen. It was how to identify a budget for a project to be able to deliver those facilities later for the community.
I'm not going to continue with that questioning because I think there's probably issues out of this meeting here on why that direction was given not to consult with the stakeholders. I'll carry on with another question, sorry. Is it correct that the toilets and other work still requires a full building consent and a fire report anyway?
Through the chair, the toilet design, as I mentioned earlier, has not been 100% confirmed. So that would need an amendment to the consent.
Okay, so that almost eliminates one of the reasons that you're talking about extra consents and everything else, because we're going to have to do this anyway, aren't we?
Amendment to the current consent.
Okay. It's not, is it correct to say that the ramps aren't just the ramps, but it's a reconfiguration of the doors and everything around them as well?
Through the chair, the doors would be designed around the current ramp design, correct? Yes.
Okay. And would it be correct to say that you may have overlooked the way in which badminton's played, and most of the activity takes place in the metre and a half behind the baseline. So these ramps would make Badminton ineffective anyway. Would that be correct to say?
So through the chair, the ramps and the doorways weren't designed around badminton. They were designed around making a town hall functional.
The other thing, is anyone looking after the security and maintenance of the current complex?
So the building has an insanitary notice on it, so it's illegal for anyone to enter in that building without full PPE and respiratory gear. So there's no maintenance going on in the town hall until the demolition and that insanitary notice is lifted. We won't be able to do that. In terms of security, I'm not in the properties team, so I can't confirm what security is in and around that building currently.
So the maintenance of gutters or anything like that from the outside, not actually entering the building, that's just, there's nobody in the council who's currently got a responsibility for that or looks after that, or
For maintaining the annex in the town hall.
just any part of that building?
So our property team do have responsibility for all council buildings, but given that this building, it has an incendiary notice on it and is going through this process, we haven't been investing in maintenance on that building until we demolish the annex, and we'll make good the buildings at that time.
And the security of that, like?
I don't have any information about security, unfortunately. It's not, that doesn't sit within the project delivery team.
Okay, I've just done my question. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have a few questions. Obviously, I'm the only one who played badminton. I played for 6 years there, and now I'm playing in Dargaville High School. And a lot of people ask me about town hall. So my question is related, obviously, my fellow councillor, Aaron Wilson Colin mentioned for which he was not in the staff, it was in the governance. So my question is obviously in the whole process, we have 3 options and has been given over our term. At some point, would you explain it to us in whichever way, how far the governance can go in terms of directing to you? Because to say the probity or dishonesty in the procurement process is a big one. So that's one issue I would like you to answer at some point. I think it's a FAPA, community expectation, as Councillor Lambert pointed out, should be the first priority. So I think that's the only reason.
Statement, or are you working to a question?
I'm working to the question, sir.
Can you please get on?
So that's what I'm saying. So would you be keen on, because I have a builder approach to me and say I can do the whole project after the election, and I want to know from you, is it possible to have a community session before we decide what to do and then go for it? And a laughable thing, another question, we are councillors and your staff, and we are talking about consents which is somebody else is giving, or what's happening with the consent?
Okay.
Expire, is it a big thing? I think it should be done in a couple of weeks. That's my question.
Well,
Thank you.
you've asked a couple of questions, and let's get a couple of answers.
Through the chair, I'll talk about the probity report in the next item. So then I think the second question was.
First one was probity.
The second question. So I think that we can consult with the wider community through the stage 2 of option 2, through stage 3. So option 3, if we stopped, we could go and accumulate more feedback as well. So I think that we can get further feedback from the community around design, if that's what we want to do. But I will say that the previous council agreed not to add any further design, just to demolish and make good. And that's the what we consulted with the community on through the long-term plan. That's what was approved through the procurement plan. And that's the instruction that staff have followed. For resource consenting, obviously there's statutory timeframes around that. And so, you know, my team aren't able to control or speed up any statutory requirements or processing timeframes.
Thank you.
Sorry, just clarify.
Hang on, you've had enough questions.
No, it's just.
So now I'm going to move to the next question. You've had 3 or 4. It's time that Mr. Larson's wanting to ask a question.
I can hear.
Prior to that, CE Maris would like to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate it. I really just want to answer the question about probity because I think what you said is actually incorrect. So you're talking about a very defined definition of probity. You're talking about dishonesty there. You've said that publicly, so I just want to address that now.
Yeah.
In the advice we sought, it was about procurement and probity. That's what they're called.
Yeah.
There is no dishonesty here. I just want to make that clear on the table because you've said that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to clear that up.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, move to councillor Larson's question.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Hayley. Could we just go to the that was an action I took to try to get an outcome that the community wanted and take them on that journey. And I'm just having a read of that resolution of council, and what it said was establish the town hall working group to work with key Dargaville community groups, including but not limited to the Anzac Theatre, Muddy Waters Gallery, Dargaville Arts Association, Citizens Advice Bureau, DCDP, and other town hall users to optimise the solution to building issues for the Dargaville community. And on so that was the 29th of November when that decision of council was made, and the working group met for the first time on the 2nd of February 2024. And then, in what appeared to be a vacuum for all of those user groups, stakeholder representatives, the building consent was issued on the 4th of October 2024. Unbeknownst to us, it appears applied for on the 5th of December 2023. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep, that's correct.
And so I heard it said earlier that technically the working group's scope didn't include anything to do with the design of the building, and I really struggle to understand that, given that it talks about the building issues of the Dargaville community.
Yeah.
What I want to understand is why you think that there was no need to take those community thus on that design, and how they are both completely separate and not intricately interrelated.
Yeah, so through the chair, I think because the previous council approved a project and long-term plan simply to demolish and make good, and that's all our budget allows us to be able to meet code of compliance by demolishing the budget and making good. We don't have a budget to go and consult with the community on extra design features or changes to any design. We literally went through the process just to meet code of compliance and open that building to the community. So in the meantime, when that working group was set up, there was also a community hub project that was in flight, and there was a need to understand how those two buildings were going to connect together.
And so you said that you didn't have a budget to talk to the community. What sort of a budget would you need to talk to the community? It involves going, hey, we've applied for building consent for these plans. Here are the plans. Do you have any comments on them? Or here are our draft plans. Do you have any comments on them in relation to the outcome that we ultimately want to get here? Do you need much budget to actually do that? Or could you just have a conversation or send an email or wire a get together?
Yeah, I guess like at the time, I think that sub members showed the community group the conceptual plans and talked about all the other projects that were also going to be able to enable the community through the demolition and loss of all those facilities. So the staff at the time would have been considering the community hub and all the extra facilities that the annex was losing would be going into the community hub, and also this the wording of the motion asked for the town hall working group to identify a budget and present that in a report back to council. So it was always understood by staff that it was a second budget and a second scope. And the motion doesn't ask to amend the scope of the current project, and leaves it open to ask for additional budget. We've always gone by what was consulted with the community and what was approved in the long-term plan.
There wasn't any impediment there, police, to have shared that with the community at the time that those plans were brought up, other than you didn't have a share of the community.
Yeah, it wasn't indicated to us that we were going to be delivering that project delivery.
Okay. Councillor Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Just a query. Could you just confirm for me that what plans were shown to the elected members? Because we were shown a conceptual plan, but we have never been shown the actual consented plans. Is that correct? So we saw
That is correct, yeah.
that we believed
Yep.
would be in the plans, but the plans are actually different to that concept.
Yep, so the concept wasn't affordable, so the plans were slightly reduced, and I agree that potentially we should have come back to council, but we had a restructure and everything in the middle of that. What I would say is that we don't bring designs to council, so when I have my stormwater projects, I don't bring those designs or the consent information to the community or elected members. We just ask elected members to approve through the long-term plan, annual plan process, our budgets and our projects through those high-level scopes, and then our job is to go out and deliver those.
Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Just wanted to ask, would you say that's the difference between governance and management?
Yes.
Councillor Lambeth.
Would it be fair to say that the consultation process has fairly well moved on very rapidly over the last 2 or 3 months with the stakeholders group? Would that be fair to say?
So the last few months we've been going through the council process for procurement, so yes, I would say that's the case.
So there's been a lot more consultation with the stakeholders group over the last 2 or 3 months than there was the past 2 years, yes?
And so I just want to reconfirm that my staff were only asked to deliver the long-term plan project scope and procurement. So yeah, we weren't asked to consult to ask for additional design features.
What I'm trying to get to is, would you agree that the consultation process is well on its way now? It's not something we need to start off, it's something we need to complete, yes?
I'd recommend, if you wanted to understand the community's view on alternative designs, that you ask the wide community.
Hey, I just want to ask a question. Given there's risk and everything, in this environment, are you cognizant of the fact that there are plenty of people out there in our community who are no longer able to look ahead to work programs because it has dried up for many of our builders?
What's the question, sorry?
What I'm saying is, you know, we keep hearing that we run the risk of a huge cost increase, but maybe we're in a position where we can take advantage of decreasing costs. You know, locally have dropped from $85 an hour to 65 because they have no work, some of them. So it's a very competitive environment at the moment. Do you recognise that as a team?
And it's a good thing about procurement processes that the market will inform us on what we can achieve.
Right. Okay, look, I'm going to bring that to an end. You can stand down, staff. Go to move the statement. This is Gordon Lambeth.
Yes, through the mayor, can I make a one-word change to that, please? Option 3. Replace
By agreement, we could do that.
I agree with the second.
Could you bring it up on the board, please?
and it's a very, very, one of those real basic words, the word stop to be changed to restart.
Yeah, it wouldn't be then, so you'd need to change that wording.
So, sorry, councillor, do you mind, Mr Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah, and C, just to be very clear, councillor Lambeth, approves option 3 - restart.
Yes. The word stop to be replaced with the word restart.
I don't have any issues with.
Does the second have any issues with that, councillor Nair?
Well, I don't understand what difference it's gonna make. You have to stop to restart. You have to first stop to, then to restart, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't make any difference. Do you object to the rewording?
Well, it's confusing, so that's what I'm saying. If it had already stopped, then you can restart. I mean, it's English.
It does have substantive difference because we don't have anything to restart yet.
Okay, look, it's quite simple. Are you happy for that wording change, councillor Nair?
From the paper.
Like he's not.
The paper says that.
Look, I'm running the meeting, please.
Well, I'd like to know what difference it's going to make if we change the, I mean, in terms of, can the mover of the motion explain what difference is like to achieve it?
Okay, Gordon, would you like to do that? I'm going to,
Well, it's quite simple. It's just a meaning of the two words. One is stop, has become stationary. Well, it's not becoming stationary. We're just restarting it, having a look at the design. That's as simple as that. Stop can mean a definite thing forever. Restart is, let's keep it going.
Well, it could be. Definitely.
I would not approve that. I think we got to stop, leave it to the next one.
I do.
So the seconder hasn't agreed to incorporate it. Leave it as is.
Leave it as is, all right, let's leave it as is. Okay. Councillor Gordon Lambeth, you have the first mover's statement.
Yes, this has been a long, painful process. It's unfortunate that we're working in the 11th hour with this and that the community have shown, or once they were shown the plans, have alerted a lot of problems associated with it. The option that was given to us still continued with a lot of the problems that were there. And I just use one thing, for example, the heritage approved fire exit. That has been highlighted that it is a nonsense. Whatever step we go down, there is going to be some form of temporary closure to the old municipal building. And it's what time frame that is. Whether it be option 1, 2, 3 or 4, there'll be some form of closure there as the building is made waterproof. Or whether it be noise or interruption, power supply interruption, whatever it will be, there will be some inconvenience there for the current users. There is no way around that because it is connected, and there is remedial work that has got to be done. Some of the old windows that were boxed over aren't waterproof. That's going to have to be ripped out and rechanged. So there is a whole lot of issues around that. And the accessibility for people or the users to use that. I know with discussions with Mr. Ramsey from the theatre, they will not be able to operate the movies when there is construction noise going on. There is the added problem that there are fire exits and toilets to be used, which won't be up and running adequately for them to carry on, continuing on with their operation. So whatever option it is going to be, there is going to be some problem with the current users. Just got to make that clear. What we've got to do is the sacrifice that we make because it's going to be best for the community. Just like to re-emphasise what the Mayor was talking about before in relation to construction costs. The largest housing company in New Zealand has now reduced its square meterage cost down by 60% for their construction. this is happening across the board. It may be in a situation where, and I'm hoping it will be, that the alternative will be cheaper than what the current design is. We've always got to, with downturns, we've always got to make sure that we can work it to our advantage. These companies, if they're out there and are willing to put in a procurement for a design and build, will be doing it very, very quickly. It could be that without the replacement of all the interior doors and changing them to exteriors, the building of ramps and the like, the construction could well be quicker than what the proposal was. The period of consultation or the lack of consultation has been a concern on whoever's fault it is or whatever reason it was, whether it was the previous council, whether it was staff, whether it was us or whoever it was, whether it was individuals or a collective, doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is we know that it did not take place adequately. And we have definitely upped the ante on consultation now. All the stakeholders and everybody have become actively involved in this. So I believe we're in a far better place than what we were some time ago.
Time.
That's it, then Luke, thank you.
Okay, councillor Nair, your second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm disappointed as all of us are disappointed. We have shown as a council who actually had a working group on a project which I consider as a very little project, considering we have done millions of dollars in Mangawhai on Wood Street, Pensioner Place, a item which has been there for 5 years alongside working, cannot connect with the council for whatever reason. The community expectations was very simple, to go ahead and carry on with whatever you want to do. In the final moments of our term, we are again deciding whether we can have consultation. It has been a lot of talk. There have been issues about design, and I'm sorry to say that one of the working group chair is a designer. So I don't see what is lacking, what was lacking. Maybe the focus was not on the West, which I have been saying all the time. When so much things have happened in Mangawhai, I am very, very disappointed, and I must take acknowledgement of the fact that my voice has not been listened to, even if I am a representative of the West.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, what's your point of order?
A direct criticism was made of me as an individual, which is incorrect and misleading. In saying that I had something to do with the design.
You need to acknowledge and withdraw that. Thank you, councillor Nair.
I would just like to
No,
explain.
you need to acknowledge that and withdraw it. That's my chair's direction. You be quiet. You're not here running the meeting.
Sorry?
No, you're not required to.
All right. Oh, well,
Today.
we will
I would like to,
do that for a discussion with the city later on then. Can you carry on then, please?
thank you. So have I finished that?
I don't know, have you?
Only you know it.
Well, I was interrupted, I think, with the point of order.
Yes,
And
we're moving on.
Start again, how many minutes I have?
It was the clock comes in there, so
It's 2 minutes?
3.5.
3 minutes, yeah. So all I'm trying to say, not so many terms, Mr. Mayor and others, is that we promise people that we are giving you a council who will decide for you. We haven't done that. And we have somehow ignored what we promised. We haven't listened to people, and we said we are going to do it now, apart from the fact that we had a working group. So I'm very disappointed. People have lost faith in this council, and I hope they find solace in the next one. All I can say is I'm happy to, I went for the motion because it is driven by community consultation. It's also driven by the working group. It is also driven by the staff. Hopefully, we can come to a solution in the new term and not take any decision. So that's the reason I am in favor of Mr. Lambert's saying to stop it and maybe restart in the new term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to speak? Obviously, there'll be plenty. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to test the mood of the meeting by proposing an amendment. You haven't heard what I've got to say yet.
Okay, would you like to put your amendment forward, please?
The amendment would take the form of the staff recommendation, including option 2. Is that sufficient detail to give?
So just referring back to the original.
Yes. So, is that what you would second, Pam?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jolly.
Seconded by Councillor Paniora. Now, I witness now.
Yeah, so we've got the amendment on the table. It's been seconded. So you asked the mover of the amendment to speak, followed by the seconder.
Okay, if the mover like to speak, followed by the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I won't trouble the timekeeper particularly. My motivation for this is that I see that time is of the essence in terms of we have a rotting, diseased building, and the sooner we get to act in response to that, the less of a mess we will have to fix up. And so that is my primary consideration. And then it seems also with this option 2, it provides the opportunity for further stakeholder input solution for the hall. So that makes quite a bit of sense to me. We can waste time on relitigating the past, but I think our stakeholders would be really keen to see some action. I think this would be one way of delivering it without completely voiding what it is Councillor Lambert's concerns. And I'm speaking this not as a representative of the West, but as a representative of the Kaipara District Council. Just sort of make that small point. And that's about all I've got to say to it. Thank you, Sue.
Okay, Councillor Paniora.
Yes, I just want to start by saying that we're in between a rock and a hard place. We've been given this difficult project to try to bring to some sort of finality and conclusion in line with what our ratepayers are wanting. Even option 2, there's many deficiencies within it. I think that the estimated timelines are somewhat
Heroic.
Yeah, heroic. 4th of August, I think that comes up in a couple of days' time, but who knows? Happy, as I always say, happy to be proven wrong. But I'm really uncomfortable with the motion, the substantive motion, because there are no estimated timelines. And with any project, especially one where we need to get off the ground quick and smart, I'm feeling more comfortable about at least some sort of deadline that our staff and our project manager are to adhere to. One thing that we've talked around a lot this morning, but actually haven't really thoroughly considered, is in the paper. There's actually $1.9 million sitting outside of the budget that we've already increased 2 times previously, to the point now where we're sitting in the realm of $5 million plus. This is $5 million that our ratepayers are going to have to foot the bill for. This option that we have brings some alignment to what's already started and where we need to get to hopefully a point where we meet somewhere in the middle and we can deliver the project in line with what we need and within budget. We've heard things this morning, suggestions that potentially we could, it could be cheaper on our ratepayers, and I don't know what reality that member, I don't want to mention, I might get pulled up on a code of pulled up on a point of order for even mentioning his name. I don't know what sort of reality where we're in inflationary times that we're going to be given 60% discounts. So this is the more realistic option. It sets a time frame. It brings two schools of thought into the fray, and hopefully with our committee that we have of stakeholders pushes it forward in the way that it needs to be pushed forward. I'm not going to vote in favour of the other one. I know that this one's going to fail. Hey, I'm still going to back this option.
Who else would like to speak? Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I said earlier on is that this is a very frustrating environment and subject gone on for us since November 23 and presumably a couple of years prior to that too. It is time we all came together and got the right decision for this building and the people of Dargaville. It's a talk feast going backwards and forwards without resolution, and we know without consultation that actually probably could have helped it a lot earlier on. No point going ahead without the local people involved. So look, I don't have anything else to say. Is that I just really want to find a solution, the right solution to move forward. I haven't, to be fair, heard any rationale yet as to why we got option 3 put forward.
I'd like to speak. So Larson.
I'm happy to speak to the amendment. And I think the point has been raised here that the substantive motion is problematic because it doesn't have a specified time frame. It doesn't mean that it can't have a specified time frame or that it binds us from not getting on with matters promptly as soon as the decision is made. And I think that sort of revolves around the wording a little bit, which it does say stop, but it then also says then get on with it and rescope. And I don't necessarily think that the option 2 process is necessarily going to be any faster than the option 3 process. It's just that it's out in a lot of detail because it was a preferred option. Regardless of what path we go down, we need to get on with it. I certainly totally disagree with Councillor Nayer's statement that we ought to wait until the next term. We need to start. We do need to reset, in my opinion, and we need to get this right for the whole community, but we need to restart the process this afternoon and get on with it and remediate the building and get a fit for purpose outcome that's going to work in perpetuity for all interested community groups. Certainly, I think everyone is in agreement. We need to get on with it and we need to get on with it now. And if this fails, I will speak to the substantive motion, which I think is the right way to go. Otherwise, we're going to be trying to fix things up along the way, and we're going to be retrofitting and reworking. It's going to work out. Thank you.
Okay. All right, speakers. Anyone else here in Wilson Collins?
Thank you. Thank you for putting forward an amendment. You beat me to it. I just want to acknowledge the public that have come today. And appreciate you all here on this issue. I do want to point out that the stakeholder group / working party, because it seems to have interchangeable names, A, does not include all the stakeholders, and B, does not all agree. Okay, so I think that's very important to know. And if we continue with option 2, I think that still allows for all those stakeholders to tweak what we already have. If we move option 3, we could very much be opening the can of worms again for the reconsultation. Now, as I understand it, the main issues with the design at the moment are the ramps, which almost encroach on the badminton courts on one court, so you may only be using 2 courts, And we have been advised that badminton is now played at the high school. The toilets were another issue because there was talk about having to build into concrete because they're on a wooden flooring, but we've been told they will still be on a wooden substructure. So that is not an issue. And then the other thing that I'm aware of is that there's a possibility to have an enclosed foyer area, which could utilise some of the structure that's already there and removes the need to have to change the internal doors to external doors. I don't probably know enough about procurement, but I don't understand why, if there is someone out there who has these designs or has these ideas, cannot submit on the procurement process and say, I can do everything you need plus this within your budget. There's also, with option 2, which is what we're talking about now, ability to make design changes as we go, minor ones, but to be fair, but to make sure things are getting done correctly. Which I assume would also mean working with Heritage New Zealand to sort out that co-exit. If we don't get the closed-in annex, that can be added afterwards, and yes, that is retrofitting, but that sometimes is the way things go. I think that, option 2 would still allow us to go out to procurement. And so if there is someone who can do the job for cheaper, then they can still put in their tender as well. So unless there's something I don't know, I just can't understand why option 3 is better than option 2. I would prefer option 2. I think that provides some stability for our groups and our community. The cinema operates predominantly after hours, and yes, there may be a time where they have to stop for health and safety reasons, but they should not have to close for an extended period of time if we're going with the option 1 or option 2. And at the moment, they are actually in limbo because they have plans to refurb their own space, which they can't do. And they also have staff they might need to employ because their manager resigned and they've at the moment got temporary staff. That may be changing anyway, but I'm just giving what I'm privy to. So that can't happen until the project is complete anyway. So they're basically running from school holidays to school holidays without knowing when their planned shutdown needs to be and when they're able to do what they need to do. So I just don't think there's a lot of security out there for our groups. And I think option 2 can still provide what we need without stopping the process and restarting. Thank you.
Who else would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to have a couple of words here. Look, I've been involved in building a number of houses and stuff over time. Mind you, a house is a minor item compared to this. But, you know, whether you're designing a sewage plant, the design at the start dictates your costs at the end. And if you don't get the design right, it goes directly to the costs and drives the cost over the top quite often. So whether you're designing a sewage plant, and I'd like to go back to some bridges we built in my term, we're faced with a whole pile of money because they weren't designed properly and we built the wrong thing. So I'm with Councillor Lambeth on this. I think in the given market, we can go out for a design and build that'll, one, come in cheaper than we were going to do, and secondly, I don't think you can change something that's for it doesn't work. So I'm not going to vote for the amendment. Thank you.
Can you put, sorry, the amendment on the thing?
It's the amendment's back to the original motion, Councillor. No, if you open up.
Your worship, the amendment is option 2, which is the staff recommendation.
Right, sorry, option 2 then. You can put it up there. Yeah. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, you've done your speaking to the amendment. If you would like to be, nobody else seems to want to speak, so if you'd like to put the amendment.
Okay, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Division, please.
Right, division, thank you, Alana.
Councillor Howard.
Against?
Councillor Lambert,
Against?
Mayor Larson,
Against?
councillor Nair,
Against.
councillor Peniora, councillor Vincent,
For,
councillor Williams. Against. 4.
Against. Motion defeated, so we go back to the substantive motion. Where are we with that? See you, Mara.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we've got the substantive motion on the table. Councillor Lambert and councillor Nair have, so you can open up.
So further people would like to further speak to that motion. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. So now we're back on option 3, where we're stopping. The only thing I really want to add, because I think I said it all, is that, hang on, no, I need it in front of me. What is it? Stop project rescope and redesign in line with stakeholder representative expectations and or wider community consultation. So what's really important to me is if this motion goes through, that stakeholder representative expectations includes all the stakeholders, and you need to add our Warriors Club and Games Club to your stakeholder group, as well as anyone else that you may have missed, so that you're actually working with all the stakeholders who use those buildings regularly and for our community. And then if the scope changes, it will need to go to wider community consultation if the budget changes. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Just have a question and.
No questions. Anyone wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
my only concern with this, has just occurred to me, is that sounds a bit like a blank check. Because if we're going to meet stakeholder expectations, well, what if their expectations are expensive?
Should have thought of that before we decided to go with option 3.
Now you've made your statement. Anyone else make a statement?
Yeah,
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, we've got an option here that is agreed by some, not others. I think that, for me, this is the last chance we've got to get this right, to get all the groups. I totally agree with Councillor Wilson-Collins, all groups, without delaying the thing. I want to see people onto this as of tomorrow morning, if this goes through, starting the process and not wasting any more time. And I think that there has to be, it seems like that there is a view by council, a view by the representative groups. I don't know how far apart all are, but let's get it together and everybody understands very clearly that we're all in there for the one thing, for the benefit of the community, and let's have to make it, if we have to make compromise to get there, let's do it and do it quickly.
Anyone else wish to make a statement? So Paniora. Followed by Councillor Ash. Okay, so you're talking to you.
I'll have a point of order.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
Is that a point of order?
Confusing. Confusing, because
That's not on the list.
Councillor Lambert mentioned that regardless of whatever option we go for, the stakeholders cannot.
Look, I'm sorry, that's not relevant under the point of order. Sorry. No, look at
Raising a point of order, Mr Mayor, for breach of standing orders, as conveyed by councillor Nair, in that he wasn't raising a valid point of order in accordance with clause 26.
Well, I'm asking for
Well, that's what I just said.
clarification.
So let's move on.
Clarification, I think.
Sorry, Councillor Nair, you've had your point of order. It's been declined. We'll move on. Now, Councillor Paniora, you wanted to make a statement.
thank you for the chair. I have already made my statement previously in the amendment that I seconded. What I want to make very clear is that I do not at all agree with where we're going. We are clearly stopping a line of work substantively, we are stopping it. We are stopping the procurement process. We even have it at A of the link in motion that justifies the reason for stopping it, because we've had expert opinion on the specialist advice from Central Wellington somewhere that says that this is how we can stop the procurement process and stop the train that was already, or the horse that had already bolted. The second thing is realistically, our staff have so much work, especially in the lead up to the election. Do we honestly think that this is going to be the first order of business for them in the morning? No, they have a raft of other things. Realistically, it's going to be 3 months for us to reset, get all the designs, engage new designers, sort out how we're going to make the consents work, extend the current consents we have hopefully for 12 months. By that time, we're into December and everyone's closing down. January, everyone's closed down. February is realistically the soonest that this is going to get off the ground. So what we're effectively saying today, guys, it's not going to be around the table. We're kicking the can down the road for the new set of councillors, whether we're there, whether we're here or not. And maybe the councillor that's running this whole operation might not even be a councillor. So then where does that leave us? Like, no, honestly, where does that leave us? So we're having to place so much reliance on one councillor around the table to drive the operation of the council, to drive this, our stakeholder committee, to incorporate more stakeholders and that haven't had their voices. And let's not forget that these are the current stakeholders. We had a whole community of stakeholders that used to use those facilities that for so long have waited for the doors to open back up. And they ought to be in the room as well. We ought to bring them into the room. And I'm going to go back to this $5 million. Where are we going to get the $5 million from? We've got to incorporate $1.1 million into the already pushed out budget that we have set in stone. And we're speaking from a place where we're hoping everyone just wants to give us 60% discounts and everyone just wants to work with us. No, that's not the reality of the situation. Everyone's should be paid for the work that they do. They should, if they're gonna, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. You pay good prices, you get good contractors in. Look, I'm all for local contractors. I'm all for maybe part and parcel of why we're sitting around the table today is maybe some local contractors missed out and we're trying to reset the process to try and alter the procurement parameters of the procurement to ensure that they get jobs. Look, they're going to get jobs anyway as subcontractors. Let's be real. There's going to be opportunities that come out of it. So I'm completely against this. I'm for our town hall to be open. This is going to go through today, obviously, but I just wanted to make my points very, very clear. And I hope it's not an I told you so. And we're 3 years down the track and a new set of councillors are looking at this like, why didn't we just do the first one? Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Anyone else like to have a say? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah. It's been a journey. And I think that there are lessons to be learned from what was stated early on. We wouldn't hear now if there had actually been much better and more open communication. I don't accept this because it wasn't explicit that it was to occur, that it couldn't have occurred. However, I think that all of the stakeholder representatives that have been involved have provided huge value to scrutinising the plans and finding what needs to be fit for the solution. Now, I only support this motion basis that it is very clearly understood that there is no further delay, that we get on with this right away. And I don't believe there is any particular difference in getting that outcome. There's a lot of work to be done under option 2 anyway, still essentially doing the same work, but we are fixing the defects in the design that nobody knew about until very, very recently. All the work in looking at how that can be fixed has already been done. Just need to amend the building consent plan and fix it up so it's going to work for everybody. All the people that are in the room with us here today as well, I don't think there'll be any greater delay by pushing ahead and getting that done. We've learned our lessons. Let's get this decision made and let's get on with fixing the town hall for all the Dargaville people.
Okay, I'm going to go to Gordon, right reply.
Yes, I won't be long. We're all here for the same reason. We want it done. We want it done properly. Let's not lose sight of that. You know, let's not draw up battle lines here. We all want the same product at the end of the day. And that's to get it fixed, get it done quickly and get it done right. Let's start it this afternoon.
No comments from the gallery, please. Would you please remain silent?
Let's get it started this afternoon. I tried to point that out. But there is no reason why it can't, and start a clean slate and get this going with a design and build project, and they can have it for us, ready to go very, very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Hey, who's this they?
Motion carried.
Division?
Okay, let's do it by division.
Councillor Howard.
Or,
Councillor Lambert.
Four.
Deputy Mayor Larson.
Four.
Councillor Nair.
I'm against because of free scope and design. I want to stop.
Seconded.
Council, can I just bear with me for a second? Councillor, no, you can't speak, you just vote. And council, an elected member is entitled to vote against something they second.
Okay, councillor No said against.
Councillor Paniora.
Against.
Councillor Bitson.
Against.
Councillor Williams. Councillor Wilson Collins.
Against.
Mayor Jepson.
Four.
It's been carried.
Motion carried. Thank you. All right, we're going to have a recess for 10 minutes to take a breath.
All right,
Let's reconvene this full council meeting, 30th of July 2025. Next item on our agenda is item 4.2, local water done well water services delivery model. I will move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rachel Williams. And presenting this item is Sue Davidson, GM Corporate Services, and Helen Ronaldson. So we have in attendance David Hawkins, Vanessa Blakelock online, and Scott Pearson. Can I just ask, just so for the benefit of my elected members, can I ask you guys to introduce yourselves and give us a little brief talk about what you do?
I'm David Hawkins. I was appointed by the Minister to be an independent advisor to the working group. I'm a former Auckland Regional Councillor, 2 terms there. I was former Mayor of Papakura District Council for 3 terms, and for 24 years I was Corporate Affairs Manager at Recare Services. So I've had, going back about 35, 36 years, experience in the water industry.
Thank you. Scott.
Hi everybody, Scott Pearson. I'm currently working for the Department of Internal Affairs, helping with water and well. My background is as an accountant, working in a number of sectors, including water, a couple of stints at Watercare, and one Auckland Council with their stormwater department called Healthy Waters, and also in the Auckland Super City amalgamation back in 2004. And I've been working with the working group with councillors through their process.
Thank you, Scott. Have we got Vanessa up there online?
She may not be here, Mr. Mayor.
May not be here. Okay, so we'll carry on with delivering from staff. Thank you, Sue and Helen.
Thank you. So today it's about the water services delivery model, and we're proposing that we go with our neighbours Whangarei District Council and Far North District Council. We've had a lot of discussion on this, and we've been working through the implications of the different delivery model options for our water services. And we had a working group been involved of 3 elected members, the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Williamson, that have met every fortnight, and the papers that have come from those meetings have been distributed to all of the elected members, so they're also involved. As well as that, we've had a number of discussions on local water done well at this council as well. So we've proven, staff have shown, and the DIA has shown, that we can't go it alone. We need to go with the other councils to meet the affordability. You'll recall that we didn't, that we have to meet certain debt ratios, and we're not sustainable on our own. So harmonisation, you can see from the resolution that harmonisation is talked about, because that's a real benefit for us going with the other northern councils, and that's to be looked at within 3 years of commencement. And although you've seen some of the figures for the water entity, our own water services delivery model, if we went on our own, we presented it to you in the past, but we'll have the total water services delivery plan for you at the next briefing in depth. Is there anything else on that one?
No, I don't think so. Just to comment that, sorry, the order has changed around. We were going to, where are we talking about Far North? Oh, yes. So one of the recommendations is in there about Far North District Council. A question came up when Whangarei did this, thinking that we were trying to do a 2-council CCO rather than a 3-council. The reason that it's in there is because Far North don't meet until tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So just to preempt any questions or concerns about that additional item being in there. So if Far North voted differently tomorrow to go on their own, then we have the opportunity, we don't have time to come back to council to then ask if we can do a 2-council CCO. So yes, and so Whangarei had a similar item in theirs last week, which they passed.
Okay, Are we at question time, are we? Okay, any questions, please? Councillor Naya first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, I've been repeating myself, but in terms of the CCO having ring fencing finances for each council, what happens if the proposed amounts of capital projects, like 90 millions in this case, we have, and then the new council, so just supposedly, it's not the same council, the new mayor doesn't want that. So can they pull out those capital projects out of your whole? So we are ring fenced at, say, maximum amount of debt of 200 million, right? And the new council decides to maintain the limit, but reduce what they wanna spend. Is it possible, or how are we gonna go about that? Or is it just a debt entity we are talking about? We are not talking about the CCO taking ownership of the projects and delivering.
Yes, we are. We're talking about the CCO is taking ownership of the assets and will deliver. That was of a new council. It's not the staff's intention to bring any resolutions about that. We'll be going through with on the premise that once you make this resolution, we start looking at the commitment agreement, shareholders agreement for the future, how we actually set the CCO up, and then implementation will follow after that. But what wouldn't happen is that we still wouldn't meet the DIA their criteria, because we have to provide for those capital projects in order to maintain our water network, and it would be irresponsible of the new council to I suppose, reduce the level of capital expenditure that we need to keep services healthy and safe for our community and meeting the growth of the community.
We will also, so at the end, so one of the reasons for the decision today is so that we can go ahead and finalise the water services delivery plan that's being drafted as a joint plan. That plan has the capital program included in it.
Yeah.
And that will be adopted by this council at the end of August. So that will be adopted. So if a new council came in and wanted to change that water services delivery plan, they'd have to enter into a process with the DIA to try and change that.
So if that point is not accepted by the council, is not adopted.
This council will be the group adopting the water services delivery plan. So the new council won't be adopting it. This council will be. We'll be bringing it to you at the end of August for that adoption.
Okay, we have further questions from councillor Paniora, followed by councillor Harwood.
Is the big elephant in the room not the affordability targets, the 2.5% to 3.5% of household income? According to Infometrics, the average household income in 2025 was $115,536. At 2.5%, that's $2,888, and at 3.5%, that's $4,443. How is that affordable?
So the idea behind the water services delivery plan is to meet the targets that have been established by the government at an average level across average connection charge based on the revenue required to run the water services against the number of connections. The average rate per connection does come within those bounds.
But even the lowest bound of 2.5% is not affordable. And an additional 2,800 are already on our rates, which have already skyrocketed. This is pretty much double. This is more than double what we're already paying. And it's not including the third water, which is the grey water wastewater. It's only the stormwater.
So that's going out to you've got the figures going out for 10 years, and within 3 years, looking at harmonisation. And
the option in the paper is not harmonised.
But it will be reviewed within 3 years. So within 3 years of the commencement, it will be reviewed.
So we're just going to hit them in the first 3 years with the
and we're all
harmonised.
So there is content in this document as well that KDC are really focusing on trying to get that review and that harmonisation introduced as soon as possible. We've had to agree to that harmonisation period to get our partner councils over the line, but we will be looking at harmonisation as soon as possible.
How can we, if thickly agree to this decision today, like on an ethical level with the amount that we're going to sign over. We're going to sign all of that. We're going to embark upon a process today that not only signs all of our assets over to central government, but then gives our ratepayers back a massive debt that then is going to increase the rates by double. When we could just do that now, we could just make a decision today to say, oh, we're going to double the rates taken, then we fund our own water infrastructure, our own infrastructure to the extent, like, what are we even getting out of this?
So we,
Anyway, it's hyperbole, move on, I'm just.
You'd like to address,
They can't.
Nothing to correct in what you've said, councillor Paniora, because this council will be a shareholder of the entity and therefore will still continue to own the assets.
The assets don't go to central.
The assets don't go to central government.
Sorry, sign the assets over to an entity.
Of which this council is a shareholder.
But it's
an equal.
Still owns them.
Yes.
An equal shareholder.
Yeah.
but.
Yeah.
hang on, just quiet. CE Maris wants to have a say here.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out to council, we've been going through quite a long process here. Don't forget, we've consulted with our community in this space. And we consulted with we've consulted with our community,
Just quiet, please, while he
we've
speaks.
consulted with our community on their preference. We consulted on a regional CCO because it's unsustainable for us as a first priority. I suppose a shared service with a second council and then doing it ourselves. Because we were quite clear with the community that doing it ourselves is unsustainable, okay? So we did consult, we deliberated, and then the council agreed in that priority order. We go for a regional CCO first, shared service with CCO with another council, we're doing it ourselves. So this is in essence enacting what the community have told us and what we've consulted with the community on. I understand what you're saying, councillor Paniora, as far as getting right into the detail and the cost and all that sort of stuff. I get that. However, this is a high level decision under direction from the government as well to go to a regional CCO. It is actually a really good outcome for Kaipara that we have a regional CCO on the table, because I would have to say, with respect to the other councils, they've had to change to get to this point. And this is the point that we wanted as a priority. So I just wanted to make that point. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So you wanted to say?
And I just wanted to clarify that we can't do the borrowing with the bank. The LGFA won't loan us the debt that we've got projected in the water services plan.
Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just want to ask for a point of clarity. Councillor Nair mentioned a figure of 90 million that we have in our local waters done well schedule of projects. So I understand it, that is not correct.
Agreed.
Thank you. It's about half that.
53, I think.
90 million for capital.
Yeah.
But this for water and wastewater you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, the capital program is as the 30-year program was shared with you previously.
So it was actually 125 million.
It was 125. It is not 90 now.
No.
47. Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Vincent.
It's through me, just to clarify, today we're going to be voting or going for a three-way with Far North, Whangarei and Kaipara. Tomorrow, something could happen which could jetson that. Do we default back to a Whangarei Kaipara one if they?
Yep, that's what
No.
F2.
Yep, cool. Yep, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. So what we do today, we're in the hands of Far North to an extent, but we've got an LMO plan, fallback plan.
Right.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, just tracing the debt, because, most of our debt is in relation to the two waters. So the asset is going to be owned by the CCO. The debt will be owned by the CCO.
Yes, that's been clarified.
Yep. I mean, I do appreciate that, and I suspect that it might have been as a result of intervention of the people from DIA that we got the first two paragraphs and subparagraphs in paragraph E about the financials being ring fenced to each council, charges not harmonised across the three founding council areas, and then the apples line up in a row, the ring fencing and so on be harmonising to happen within 3 years of commencement. That's the bit that sells it for me. However you did it for the others, thank you. So that wasn't a question, but I just want to confirm with our debt, just where it ends up and how it will show up in our financials, like the KDC's financials subsequently.
So we will have less debt, we'll have the debt relating to stormwater though.
Yes, right.
And other parts of our community.
That's, the other parts will be part of this other entity, the CCO, whatever name it might get.
Two Waters.
Will belong to it. And that will show up somewhere else on our, will it show up on our balance sheet at all as a liability or?
No, it'll show up as, we'll have an investment in the, as our, shares investment in the new CCO.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just one quick one, sorry, I should have added it previously. On point 3, E3, that the CCO review ring fencing of finances, not worrying about the harmonising. How, just give us an example, if you can, of what options might be in a review of ring fencing of finances, if, in fact, we're starting out with them all ring fenced to each council. So is that suggesting that there's a potential for just a collective?
Instead of district-wide rates, it would be region-wide rates.
So it's region-wide rate.
Region-wide debt.
And we pay on the basis of our share.
So, it would be based on the service that the people who are getting the benefit of the service would pay for that service.
Oh, they would. Okay, so it still comes back to individual areas.
Yes, but it wouldn't be scheme-based. It would be the cost of the whole region would be split across the cost of all the users of that.
Thanks.
The beneficiaries of that.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Nair?
Just one question. So I'm just doing some numbers based on 125 million now, not 80 million, done by Councillor Lambert. Oh, sorry, Councillor, my apologies, Councillor Howard. Councillor Lambert, I mentioned because I was in a different meeting that was raised. So 125 million we are raising in debt. And if I just take a picture of just 5%, we are looking at a 6.25 million kind of interest on a yearly basis, which is about, for goodness know, if you put a figure of 500,000 against it, 125% or maybe how many times more rates increases for the rest of their life. Who's gonna do that? How you can say it's affordable?
Because, through the chair, so what we're looking at is harmonisation, and that's the benefit to this council. So within 3 years, we won't have spent 125 million, we'll have spent for only the first 3 years that we've predicted in the local waters done well papers we've sent to you. But at the moment, Whangarei District Council doesn't have much debt. They've been paying as they go, basically, for their schemes.
Yes.
We'll share in our debt.
Who is gonna pay for this? Somebody's not gonna pay for our debt. Our ratepayers, 125 times.
Councillor Lane, your maths that you've done, it takes the whole $125 million. Some of that is renewals, which is depreciation funded. Some of that will be also funded by development contributions, so it's not all debt. So there are ups and downs, and those have been included in numbers that you have seen about the development contribution. So you have seen those numbers. So yeah, there is, we know that the cost of water service is going to increase. We've talked about that in previous papers to this council as well, whether it's in briefings or workshops or within these meetings. So there is no change to any of what we have previously discussed and presented with you.
Thank you for that. So all I'm saying in a nutshell is when we are going with a high figure, we are promising huge rate increases to with this water service delivery. So if I say yes to it today, you will have that program of so much debt, which
Are you asking a question here or are you giving a statement?
saying why we are going with the.
Councillor Mayor, I'd recommend you go back and have a look at the numbers that we reviewed previously, because that actually shows the level of increase and the level of debt, increased debt, which are not at the levels that you're talking about there.
Okay, councillor Vincent, followed by councillor Paniora.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to track contributions. So whatever they are, so we will collect, the council will collect contributions because they've been triggered by some form of application like a subdivision consent or other land use consent development. And we collect that money and it might relate to roading, sewage, water, whatever. In that proportion, which is the water's DC, do we just hand that over to the entity?
No, that's not what will occur. There's going to be a CCO and they'll have their own development levy and they'll have worked that out.
Okay, and how will the developer get to know about that?
It's CCO. So,
So they I see over the horizon, not too far, it's just about in sight, with the RMA reforms happening, we will all be one anyway in the foreseeable future. But I'm just wondering how the mechanics of that work. So does that mean then when someone makes an application to this council for a subdivision consent, say, to lodge that application with the CCO?
There'll be a trigger for the communication between the two organisations.
So it'll be from the council to the CCO?
I imagine so.
That's how
Those mechanics have not been worked out yet, but
Okay.
there's logical.
They would, their policy will set the bar at whatever level, which is right in time, harmonised level for DCs. Okay.
Thank you, councillor Paniora.
Yeah, so what happens after the 10 years when a lot of the debt's been paid down? Does a reset happen with the rates, or does that just continue to be paid at the same amount?
So under the local water done well legislation, there will be a reset every 3 years, the same as there is for a long-term plan within council. It will be known as an asset management plan for the CCO. There is also economic regulation coming in, so the Commerce Commission will actually be the economic regulator and they will set the price path the same as they do for other utilities. So the same as they do for electricity and gas today. So water will be subject to economic regulation under the Commerce Commission.
But assumably a percentage of the amount would be go to debt repayment, wouldn't it? So is the assumption that the debt will slowly reduce and...
Yeah, and we're also expecting, we have a lot of these assets have a very long life, so we're expecting that debt to be spread over the life of the asset. So there is, but all of that information, the same as how we would in an LTP, will transfer into the CCO and be part of their asset management plan with their debt and capital programs.
and through the chair, what we did give you was not only a 10-year capital project, but 30-year. So some of those will be funded by debt as well.
Okay, I've got another question here. Anyone else wanted to question? Okay, can I just, thank you for coming today. Scott and David. I'd just like to give you a little bit of time to maybe fill us in on some of the things you think are really important for our councillors, if you'd like to address us in any way. Particularly, I think maybe talk about how we retain being a small council, how we retain our control over our assets within the group.
Yeah, just very briefly, during my time as mayor, we got back ownership of Medicare from an independent trusts councils in Auckland. And we set up a governance framework, and this is going right back, shows you how old I am, to 1998. And that governance framework has evolved over the last 30 years with a number of changes made into it. And very importantly, What has developed is what is called the Shareholders Council, where you as a council will be able to appoint 2 people to that, along with 2 from Whangarei, 2 from Far North. One of those people has to be an elected councillor. The other can be a non-councillor if you so choose. And what you have an incredibly important role. You have to approve or you develop what's called a water services expectation statement. And that's where the shareholders group tells the company exactly what is required. From that, they go away and develop a water services strategy, which outlines all the factors, what projects are going to be done, where they're going to be done, when they're going to be done, how they're going to be done, and how much, outlines that. And you can have a number of other requirements that you put in there, which the company has to accept. They send back that plan to you, and you have given the chance then to say, we're not happy with it, you've got to make changes. You then have the ability to, within that, what you've asked them to do, you will set performance targets. And they can be for customer service, service delivery, financial, programs, all those sorts of things. And you have the ability to monitor them on a regular basis. So what I've learned over the 30 years is that the framework is very strong and holds the company to account, because when I was there, I was on Papakura as one of the representatives on the Shareholders Council. And when I went to Watercare, I was the person who had to deal with them. So I've seen it from both sides. I can assure you that the shareholders group, which appoints the directors and tells them what's required, will have control and hold the company to account. And in lots of ways, I found that I was more informed, more involved on the shareholders group than when I was sitting at council. So I think that's very important. And to the public, it's very important that they know you as elected members hold the company to account, and you can hold them accountable.
That's a very good question.
What do you think about the idea that when it's established, we as kaipara should look at establishing like a local board seat that then our community is electing that person in to sit on the water services, or no?
I think it starts to become a bit complicated because you people have been elected, and I think you have the information and knowledge that's needed to appoint the people. I mean, one of them has to be a councillor.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like that councillor that sits on it.
Yeah.
Should they be given like a mandate from the community? Because then how does it?
No, because I think you, to be honest, you get your mandate when you're elected as a councillor, and that, so, then we'll obviously discuss and decide on who's the most appropriate person or persons, because remember, you can have 2. We were, one of them has to be a councillor under legislation.
So you could, just ask you further that question, you could go and look at someone in your community who's a high-powered, intelligent, knowledgeable, maybe it's a consultant, an engineer consultant, that might even be retired, and you could nominate him into that group if he wanted to participate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. In the 12 years that the 6 councils of Auckland owned Waterkere before the super city, we never had anyone else but councillors, but what we did have sitting aside the shareholders council was what we called the officers working group, which was made up of officers from each council who acted as our advisors, and they had sort of what the day-to-day liaison with Watercare. But that officers working group was very important to us because they were our key advisors. So all I can say to you is the framework works well. I'll see that the councils who get selected to the shareholders council, it is quite demanding, takes quite a lot of time, but it's very, I found it a very fulfilling role.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you very much for your attendance. You can, Right, I have the first, statement here. Yet again, I'd like to thank staff and our attending consultants today. Thank you, David and Scott. Because it's not uncomplicated. It's quite a complicated process we're going through, and it's still ongoing. So, the more we learn, the more we understand, the better as a council. So that's all I'd have to say. Thank you very much. Seconder here was Rachel Williams.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some background to this recommendations. The 7th of July, our working party with in Whangarei, and we had quite robust discussions around what you see in this recommendation today, and which was really good. It's, you know, it went really well. I just wanted to say that it was actually your working party group on Kaipara District Council that got the harmonisation point in here, because that wasn't in there prior. So we worked really hard to get that on the table. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Thanks to the staff and the working party members for pulling together the best they can in what is a complicated situation. We wanted harmonisation from day one. That's what we discussed, council, and so we haven't been able to get there, but they're looking at harmonisation, or going to look at it again in years. However, it is a frustrating situation that we're in, and I have banged on about it before, but my drum won't be here for much longer, so I'll keep banging on about it. We have been put in a really difficult position by central government. We had a solution that would have been affordable for our residents, and that got taken away from us. And I think it's worth noting, because there are frustrations about the affordability for our ratepayers. Local Waters Done Well is not about affordability, fortunately. When it talks about financial sustainability, it's making sure that councils are actually collecting the revenue needed to be able to deliver the water services required to meet the standards that they should be. And so we are at the end of decades and decades of underinvestment. And if things had been done differently, and sorry, I'm speaking generally across the country, but if things had been done differently, we may not be in this position now, but they weren't. And so the underinvestment has to stop at some point. And so what central government have done, or what they were doing and continue to do, is create a framework where that can't happen. And the rates are struck as they should be to pay for the infrastructure that's needed. It is going to be tough if the figures pan out as have been suggested. It's going to be tough for a lot of our residents who are on water. We're not all on water supply, so it's not going to impact everybody. But it's going to be, it's going to be quite a different structure. So whilst I commend the work that has gone into this, and I do appreciate that it is the best solution that can be come up with, I will not be voting for it because it is not the best solution. It was not the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so, I mean, the good part is that the three councils, hopefully, one FNDC tomorrow as well, come together to a situation where something can be done about water. Local Waters Done Well. I mean, it should not be a replica of Three Waters. what worries me, and I've mentioned it many times, is even with the 125 million water delivery service plan, whether it's for 1 year or 2 year or 3 years, the debt level at 125 million means it's a $6.5 million additional bill, which is 13% increase for every ratepayer in Kaipara for rest of their life on top of other rate increases. It just doesn't make sense. So whilst I'm okay with the water service delivery plan, I would have that shareholder and other thing happening in terms of the capital projects which we are including in this water service delivery plan to be looked at in the first term, in the first few months. And the shareholder actually speaks for them and say, well, these are the solutions. We are not going with such a high debt. We are very small council. The ratepayers cannot afford to pay 13% on top of other 13%, 26% increase for the rest of their life, just because the development contribution from Western Kaipara are minimal. And the one which are proposed for new developments in Mangawhai are not going to happen today. So being a financial person, I'm very disappointed that the water services delivery plan, which we are proposing, is not a great one. The idea of getting together is a very good idea. And at some point, the idea will be taken further and we'll have maybe one council. So we will have half the cost of operating the whole shebang thing of council's bureaucracy, because 50% of our rates go towards the administrating by the consultants and salaries. So while I'm happy on one thing, ideologically it's a good thing, but operationally it could be a very bad thing if we don't play sensibly, being a very small council. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
I don't know.
Hang on.
What was that?
Take your time. Wait for your turn.
No, he's raising a point of order.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Did you say point of order?
Order, on councillor Nair, misrepresentation, talking about this 125 million. It's already been said this morning that that is an old figure, not correct. No, we're putting scuttlebutt out there and not talking accurate figures.
I'm very disappointed.
Could you be quiet, please? I'm ruling on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is misrepresentation. Thank you. Let's move on.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
Through the chair, if you had have asked me when I first became a councillor that we'd be sitting around the table today, essentially signing over all of our water infrastructure to a new entity, I would have thought you were joking, but here we are today, looking at doing that exact thing. That on the back of not even knowing really what we're going to have to hand on to our ratepayers to be paying in their quarterly rates. But I think that that's really important as part of the overall decision making. It's like we're being drip fed actions that really what central government gave us was only one option. There was all, and I said it originally before we went out for consultation with the community, that they really weren't actual options. We were saying, oh, what do you think about this option and this option? The only practical option was for us to become a CCO, whether it be, multi-councils, whether it be Whangarei, Auckland, and Far North. And I just don't agree with it. I also, putting that aside, don't agree with the lack of co-governance arrangements. We talk about water rights as taonga guaranteed under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and I'll sing it till my deathbed. That Māori tangata whenua have been left from the conversation entirely. We've been left out of the working group, out of any discussions, consultation. Thankfully, and maybe this is why there's a reluctance to include Far North District Council, but thankfully, the document that Jason sent us in terms of the commitment to establish a region-wide entity was a lot of some really good stuff in there from Far North District Council around Māori obligations to Māori, and signal that wording because we've got a agenda item coming up this afternoon on this very topic. But I just, I can't in good conscience vote in favour of it because actually a lot of my, whether I agree or not further on, actually hinges on whether Far North District Council wants to be involved with this, because I see them as the last bastion of any Māori rights within this council-controlled entity, organisation, whatever you want to call it. Because if they're not involved in it, then absolutely don't want anything to do with it. There's going to be a fight on our hands as well. It's definitely, we've been through Māori time and time again, have been through the Waitangi Tribunal, we've been through a lot of processes where water is key, water is a taonga, clearly a taonga, guaranteed. And we were told that, well, nobody owns water, everyone owns water. Well, this looks to me like actually this entity is going to own the water that we're signing over, whether we want to say we're a shareholder or not. Maybe we're equal shareholder now, but I wouldn't be surprised if down the track we actually end up getting, because what's fair and equitable, right, is we get a percentage of the shareholding of the income that, I mean, that's only fair. It's being presented to us as, oh, we're actually going to get an advantage when it comes to the debt repayment. But is that really fair on Whāngai ratepayers and Far North ratepayers? I would say no. Anyway, that's enough of me. I'm not going to harp on too much longer. Those are the reasons why I'll be voting against the motion, and hopefully that can be noted in a division.
Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. For me, I wasn't going to bother, but do want to clarify my position on this. I'm just wondering whether if we don't accept this course of action, then I think we would go from undergraduate degree to a master's in kicking the can down the road for this council. It's something that is the origins of this problem go back probably generations of councils, and now is the crunch time, and as long as it's water rather than sewage, we just got to suck it up. Thank you.
Good pun. Okay, anyone else wish to have a say? All right, movers reply. I've said enough. I think there's been a lot of work going into this, and it's pretty self-explanatory. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried.
Councillor Pennyworth for a division.
Okay.
Councillor Howard.
4.
Councillor Linda. Deputy Mayor Larkin.
4.
Councillor Nash.
4.
Councillor Pennyworth.
Against.
Councillor Vincent.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Again.
Mayor Jetson.
4. Carried, thank you. So moving on to the next item, recommendation to the further review of the revenue and finance policy. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Larson, thank you. This item is Christine Toms, thank you, and Sue, is it? Yep.
We're not altering the wording.
Apologies.
Landing.
Yep, sorry. So we're here to discuss our recommendation to defer the review of the revenue and finance. I'll take the report as read. Council received legal advice about the revenue and financing policy review process back on the 14th of July. Potential risks were identified at that time. Additionally, because of the pace of the review and the timing, there were some data errors that also impacted on the accuracy of differential calculations that were done in June.
resulting in unintended outcomes when applied to rating models. And so because of these factors, council's direction in the July briefing was to defer the revenue and financing policy review until after the upcoming elections, allowing the incoming council to take the next steps.
Okay, any questions?
Just from.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. Given details of what we have tried to achieve in the thing, a list of 7 differentials and 3 differentials, council meeting plan for RNN data. We worked very hard on it, the whole thing. Did we come across anything like that at the council, which they tried to achieve?
I think your question is, do other councils have a high number of differentials? Yes, they do.
Did somebody did this exercise with the differential in any other council?
The way that
The way we try to figure it out.
we were,
Was it a wasted exercise or is it something worthwhile? That's what I'm trying to ask.
To me, it's not a wasted exercise. We'll obviously work through with the incoming council and we use the information we've used as a basis. We'll see to that.
Okay, thank you, staff. You can stand down. Okay, movers, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm not going to make any comments further than that. Second statement, councillor Larson, I get it.
Seems like a sensible recommendation, thank you.
So what are you saying?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right. All right, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that it seems like a sensible recommendation, because if we go back about 2 months, I think I gave it. So I'm obviously going to be in support of this, and well done, council table, for getting there in the end.
Okay. Councillor Paniora.
Councillor Wilson Collins took the words right out of my mouth, so no further comments from me, thank you.
Okay, councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, all I would say is we started looking at something which was very confusing and unachievable by the looks of it, because Kaipara consists of not just a set of people like residential or commercial. We have rural, we have lifestyle, we have so much. And if we are playing with figures without any knowledge of how it's going to happen, we are wasting our time. But anyway, it's good learning, as Mr. Morris mentioned. We learned something, we will not do it again. And it's a good idea that we are deferring it and not passing it on to our ratepayers who will be like jumping all over the world. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. I'll just make a comment. It's not a wasted exercise to give ratepayers the fairest rating system we can establish. And that's the purpose of what we've been undertaking here. Thank you. All those in favour raise their hands and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you.
Unanimous.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item 4.4, land transport procurement strategy. I'll move that one. Can I have a second, please, councillor Nair? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, obviously, we have Kurt, you all know Kurt, who's been doing the acting rating manager since we started July last year. I just take the opportunity to introduce Vananesh. Vananesh is our new rating manager. We're going through a bit of a handover process between Kurt and Vananesh. Lucky to have Vananesh, so just wanted to point that out. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. Good to see you again. I'll take the item as written. I understand there's a briefing on this, so there's been some discussion on there, and we'll see further questions on that. Up to highlight that it's a condition of our NCTA funding that we do have an approved strategy for transport or roading, as we generally refer to it. Otherwise, we're at risk of they ask for all the subsidy back that we spent within that. Essentially, we're just saying we're going to comply with NCTA. And one other thing I'd like to add that this is not our final say. If within the period, if this is adopted within the period you wish to do them outside the strategy, say approval to do that. So this doesn't prevent us from going back to them. That's for if required.
Councillor Paniora?
Thank you through the chair. I'm just going to repeat for just to be abundantly clear, and it was a question that I raised that when we previously had this originally tabled was uncomfortableness around some of the wording in the document. For example, KDC procured a lead contractor for its road maintenance and renewals contract 1033. And a list of approved subcontractors, and what I said was, does this lock us in that we then, because this has been adopted and endorsed by the council, does it then mean that when it goes to NTA that we have locked ourselves in? And the answer was no. So you've just said everything outside of this is flexible and we can still procure, but is that true for this document after endorsing it? Does it lock us in for 3 years, or can we still be flexible around wording that's in this document, or do we, yeah?
Through the chair, I mean, if processes that, when you're seeking council's endorsement of this document, we then formally submit it to NZTA for their approval. That may require some, hopefully, non-material changes. And then gets finalised, and we have to comply with what we say in this document. But if for whatever reason, we come to have a big project and we want to procure and it doesn't comply with this document, that's sort of, we can then go to NZTA and seek specific approval of that particular procurement activity that doesn't align with this document. We do have the option to go back to them at any time, seek specific approval for a procurement for a particular project that doesn't align with this strategy document.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So got just one question. You have been on Regional Transport Committee as well. So I'm just one question related to that is we have got 3 councils and we have 3 different procurement policies and we keep reviewing it on a yearly basis. So that's the first question. Is it possible to have one procurement policy? We don't have to work on it every time we go to NZTA, because NZTA is also on Regional Transport Committee, Mr. Mutton. So what is there a future for having a consolidated policy? That's the first question. I have a second question to it. Thank you.
To the chair, well, to be honest, I don't know the answer to that. We had we were historically I'll use the word now, previous procurement strategy, which is now just expired, was a joint one between the 3 councils when we were operating under the Northern Transportation Alliance one.
Yeah.
I don't believe, but not being, and we couldn't have a joint one. But we would obviously need the agreement of the other local authorities to do that.
Yeah. And the second question is more related to, you have made a change in the procurement policy in road maintenance and renewals. You said change in procurement. Yes, most of the things you haven't changed. So I would like to know, is the change a significant one? Does it pose any risk for not getting NZTA approval? Because we lost some money in our term for not getting subsidy and we used it in.
I was not sure.
So there were few projects were not approved by NZTA and the subsidy we have.
I think to the chair, I mean, they separate costs and separate practices and timing. One is our funding application we do every 3 years, and the evidence for that is generally our asset management plan.
Yeah.
We have an evidence base, and we say to do this and this level of service, we need X amount of money. And we make an application for that. That's separate to this. This is just, that budget has been approved for the 3 years, and we have that to work with them. This says to go and procure contractors and consultants and whatever to give effect to that budget and spend it. We need to follow an accepted procurement strategy. So the procurement for the current maintenance operations renewal contract, we asked for approval for that. That's been, that's covered. That contract expires in 2027. This procurement strategy, council will need to go out and procure again next maintenance operations and renewal contract. And this mentions that in there and said, you've got to go the open market anyway. But if we want to change that strategy in a year's time when we do it, because we have a more cunning plan that we think we're going to get better value for money, we'll go and seek specific approval from NZTA for that procurement if it doesn't align with this document.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can stand down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, look, this is like almost a tick the box process, isn't it? But I just note in here, key aspects of procurement procedures include they must be designed to obtain best value for money spent, enabling persons to compete fairly for the right to supply outputs and encouraging competitive and efficient markets for the supply of outputs. So if we can achieve those things, you know, that's a benefit to our district. Second is Councillor Larson.
Councillor Nair.
Councillor Nair, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Nicola. No, this is one thing we have to do anyway. But I don't know what's the change in procurement, and hopefully there's a good change, approximately 20 million per annum, including maintenance, operation, renewals and emergency works. There is always a challenge in execution, and hopefully that challenge will be met in coming term, that we are focusing on emergency works, which is for 3 years, and also the road maintenance, which we are behind in capital works. So to get the subsidy, we have to send the plan, so which is a good thing. So I'm happy to support it. So it goes ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? All right. I've said my bit. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. I'm going to break for lunch. Now I need to use the facility.
How long do you want, Mr. Mayor?
What time do we come back?
1 hour, maybe.
1:15?
1:15?
1:15?
1:15. 1:15. Thank you.
Lunch.
Okay, we're reconvening this meeting July 30th, 2025. Next our item is item 4.5, local government legal obligations to marry. I'm going to move that. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second.
Yep. So Naya, convening this one.
Me.
See Maris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the report's pretty self-explanatory, council. This was a result of an objective set by the Remuneration and Development Committee for me. We've travelled through a process with Frank Ogilvie, who have drafted the document that is attached to the agenda. That was of the committee. And a draft was approved at the May Remuneration and Development Committee meeting. It went to May because there needed to be some revisions made prior to, because of changes in legislation. It is a bit of an ever-evolving situation at the moment. But the committee approved it to be sent to council, but they also approved that a peer review be completed by Simpson and Grierson. Done. There were some changes made as a result of that peer review, and it was quite a constructive process that occurred. The committee also agreed that the mayor would approve it under delegation for presenting to council. So that's why it's in front of you today. You've been asked to approve the final version of this, or adopt the final version of this. And then, as per my objective, next steps would be for me to communicate this with our staff and consultants and understand any impacts. So that's it, Mr. Mayor. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
I have a question.
No, Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins had a hand up first.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, so we've received this legal opinion and sorry, that last bit that you just said was that you're to what did you say? Pass it on, advise?
To communicate the
Communicate.
document with the staff and consultants.
Okay, and so is the intent of that the staff can be expected to only stick entirely to the legal opinion and do nothing above and beyond?
That's not been portrayed to me. However, what I'll need to do is probably look at the legal opinion and assess if there are any changes that need to be made as a result of it. But at the moment, the objective talks about delivering the content to staff and
To
consultants.
meet the legal requirements, not remove those that go above.
There's no direction in that space.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Naya, followed by Councillor Paniora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just one question, Mr. Morris, is that we spent $52,000 for unbudgeted costs to get a view on something which is a legal obligation and must have been met in previous times. So why we had to go to get a fresh draft?
So, for you, Mr. Mayor, there's a line in the report that says the committee believed at the time that there was no one source of a whole document that explains that, the legal obligations for local government to Māori. And I've not yet found one that does that. So this is a different situation.
That's great. Thanks, Lord.
Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, so I'm very confused as to how this report's arrived on our agenda today. So just going back to the purpose of the Remuneration and Development Committee, that's to oversee the Chief Executive's performance and to make recommendations on elected member training and development. So we're saying that this is a key performance indicator of the Chief Executive, and that has gone through the process at the Remuneration and Development Committee level. Why is it coming to council if it's between the Remuneration and Development Committee and the CEO for his obligations? What's it got to do with the governing body?
So I'll give the correct Paniora. So the objective was set by the Remuneration and Development Committee under their terms of reference. The objective talks about having this document for council. For that to occur, it needs to be adopted by the full council.
So, but back to my question, is this a KPI for you as the CEO, or is this a piece of legal opinion for, like, what is the purpose of it? Like, what are we here to decide today? Are we to decide on whether we agree that that's a key performance indicator for your job, or has it extended now to an entirely different purpose, which I'm not quite understanding how we got from the Remuneration and Development Committee, which looks at your key performance indicators, and has decided that this is part of that, to now an agenda item with 127 pages of bullshit. And what are we to decide on?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, you're actually deciding to adopt the document. It has.
Why do we need it? So why do we need to adopt the document? Is that not for you to adopt in your capacity as CEO of the council? What is it? What are we to do today? The Remuneration and Development Committee holds the mandate to determine what your KPIs are. Has that not already been done? Can I not offer a procedural motion to let this lie?
Can I?
Because it's already been done. This is a farcical exercise as far as I'm concerned, but carry on. Sorry.
I'll try and answer your questions, Councillor Paniawa. So the objective was set by the Remuneration and Development Committee. So that's the objective in the report, what they've set me. Through that process, the committee's gone through decision making, they've seen revisions of the draft, they've approved the draft to go to council for adoption as well. So that's why it's coming to council. It's a council document.
So back up the truck. Every other key performance indicator they've set for you has gone through with the powers sitting within that committee. Why ultimately now this particular KPI, why does it have to come to the council?
So there have other KPIs that have come to the council for decision. This is a document that I've been tasked with creating. That is to be a council adopted document. So for council to adopt it, needs to come to council, and I've taken that document through the process with the Remuneration Development Committee.
Okay, that's fine. So my final question is, what key performance indicator are we actually voting on today besides
No, so
all of
bear with me. So the key performance indicator,
pages?
the key performance indicator was for me to create the document. That's been done, so that's been completed. The document now needs to go to council for it to be adopted on behalf of the council if you choose to adopt it today.
Okay, so they've been completed then. The document's already been produced, the KPI has been ticked off.
Okay. Next question, Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just follow on down that line. It is it's a large document, and I've battled bravely with it up to about page 54 of the document. And my brain was full, I think. But with such a large and comprehensive document for the council to adopt it in effect as a policy, well, I think there would be a benefit in us being able to have a briefing session first. Is that something that would be possible to do before we take that next step of formally adopting it? Because what you're wanting us to do is say, this is our policy. And all we get is to read it and tick it. You know, like, it would be good if we had the opportunity, other than just the brief opportunity to have some debate today, to not have to make a decision about it today. And so I just wonder about that. If I just put that there as unless you would like to respond to that now.
What I can say to you is, if the council agreed to do that, then that's fine. I can take it to briefing.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah. I just want to know a bit more about how it came into being. Now, you've started with saying this was one of your performance measures, if you like, from your agreement with so this is something that you agreed yourself to do.
This was on the list of many.
Yep, but it was a task that you accepted.
Mhm.
Put it that way. Okay, fine. So why did you pick Frank's Ogilvy?
Frank's Ogilvy was a recommendation from the committee to use that legal term.
Is there any conflicts there?
Yeah. Hang on, I'm asking my questions, please. So because, I mean, do they have particular expertise in this area?
I can't speak to the expertise of a legal firm.
But like, why wouldn't we use our regular lawyers who ended up actually peer reviewing it in the first
Cost
place?
of the ratepayer.
So the preference of the committee was to use Frank's Ogilvy, and then obviously the committee agreed to a peer review by the council's lawyers, which is Simpson West.
Actually, so I suppose you, Craig, as chair of this committee, could I ask you then why it was that you?
Well, I'll speak to it when I'm ready.
Well, I have a question.
I'm presenting the item, Councillor Vincent. I will speak to it when I'm ready.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well, I'll just leave that one hanging there then. So you then, Mr. Maris, you know what expertise Frank's Ogilvy would have that Simpson Grierson doesn't have?
No, I'm not going to get into the wherefores about the expertise of a legal firm against another legal firm. I get myself in trouble and need legal advice.
I just wonder, what was this? Because I haven't looked back on the minutes of the R&D committee. Was this decision to appoint Frank's Ogilvy by way of a formal resolution?
I can't recall off the top of my head, unfortunately, councillor. It may well have been, but I can't recall.
I perhaps could have asked that in advance and shouldn't check that. Because I'm just concerned about stuff coming out of left field, or dare I say maybe in right field, to maybe try and manage the outcome. That's purely speculation on my part, I guess. That's all my question for now. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
I have a question.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I just have a key question. As I said, I don't know the drivers for doing something, and did we do something, any changes, particular changes? Because if I'm decisioning on it, I need to know what changes we have made in a policy document which is adopted by the council in the previous time. So I see there is a Hobson's pledge template which was given to Frank Ogilvy, it says somewhere. And there are annotations, there are changes. So just following on to what my two fellow councillors said, we need to have some information on what we are voting for, what are the changes, and rather than just, and a briefing will be nice. Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. All right, I'm the mover, so I'm going to talk to it. One of the things that's a difficult process for the last 3 years is actually knowing what our obligations are, both from our staff point of view, our councillors, etc. So the motivation behind this document was to actually record what are our obligations in the space of legal obligations to Māori. So we integrated a document so that we could all refer to it. And by the way, I would understand that a document like this, considering you've got changes coming up with the RMA, etc., it will have to be a document that's, for a better word, a living document of a change, you know. But as a council, we need to know what our obligations are, and we ask that they be defined. I've spoken.
Thanks for answering my question.
Mr. Mayor, the seconder was councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being a financial person, I'm always concerned when I see figures for doing something which is already done, unless we are trying to find loopholes. It is, I would say, reinventing the wheel. And then this is like treaty obligations. I don't think we have, being a small council, I think what the legal bill, even if it's small for you, as a percentage of rate, it is a significant amount. And I would be the last person to spend time on something which is a national driven thing, trying to say that KDC is smarter than other councils. So I don't know, but coming back to what we said, and Mark, Councillor Mark and Pera mentioned, it will be good to have a briefing on what we have actually achieved. And if it's a document which has been just adopted in its totality, it's absolutely waste of time of a ratepayers' money. But thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah.
Councillor Penny, all right.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm so embarrassed by this council and its actions. Who is Frank Ovalby and what gives him the right to make such assumptions and statements without involvement or consultation from Māori? Why do you keep making decisions about us without us? Turning now to the legal opinion, it is simply that, a legal opinion, an opinion piece by an individual with an ideology that is consistent with some of the councillors around the table. I didn't think that today of all days I'd need to provide a history lecture, yet here we are. This council continues to attempt to distance itself from the Crown when it suits, yet it continues to, on the other hand, benefit from Crown relationships, whenua and resources on the back of Māori generosity. Now it has produced a legal document designed Māori status to zero. It repeats the same tired systemic cycles and patterns we've endured for generations, aimed to kill us at worst and assimilate us at best. In 1834, He Whakaputanga flag was designed to provide official international recognition of an independent Māori nation, and in 1837, my great-great-grandfather Parore Te Awha, who held mana in the kaipara sign Whakaputanga o Te Rangatiratanga o Nutirini. As the chief of the Northern Confederation, that document affirmed our sovereignty, independence, by specifically using the word tino rangatiratanga. The clue is in the name of that document. This document was an important precursor because it ensured that the Māori nation's independence was on an international arena, and then allowed it to enter into international agreements, in this case between two nations, Māori chiefs on the one hand and the British monarch on the other. Only 3 years later, he signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Te Reo Māori version, not the English version. That version used the word kawanatanga, meaning governorship, not tino rangatiratanga, meaning sovereignty. Under the legal principle of contra proferentum, where two agreements differ, interpretation must favour the party who did not draft the document. In this case, it favours the Te Reo text that Mai Tupuna signed. It's interesting that Mr. Ogilvy has conveniently omitted the reference to the Te Reo version from his appendix, including failure to mention the internationally recognised, not by our standards, by the British monarch standards of the Te Reo version. Even in the Crown's own Waitangi Tribunal, Te Paparahi o Te Raki report confirms what has always been known, that sovereignty was never ceded. Not in 1835, not in 1837, when Mai Tupuna signed He Whakaputanga o Te Rangatiratanga o Nutirini, and not in 1840 when he signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi in Waitangi, not ever. Even the unsigned English appendix that's shown in this agenda report today, not even that shows that sovereignty was surrendered without limitations. Parore was a visionary. He helped facilitate the transfer of the Tunatahi block to establish modern-day Dargaville. He gifted land from the Kaihu block to support the growing town, including land for the local hospital, the water reservoir, the Sound Park field, the racecourse, and the list goes on. And done in good faith. He also arranged for 250 acres at Taharoa Domain to be set aside as the reserve in perpetuity for the benefit of everyone. Today, that reserve is still vested in the Crown. It is not owned by this council, even though some of the councillors around this table act like they do own it. It is administered by you for profit. It is also a co-governance arrangement with my iwi of Te Roroa and my Te Kuihi whānau. But you have single-handedly breached that for nearly 3 years. It's actions like this of the councils that force us to consider more formal responses, because your failure to consult is not just a failure of governance, it is a breach of the very relationship that this district was built upon. We were here well before you, and we will be here long after you've gone. Over $220,000 of ratepayers' money has been spent attempting to erase and dismiss the rights and voices of Māori in this district. $170,000 on defending the Māori war decision, and another $52,000 today on a 127-page document. I give this document no mana whatsoever, and the only good use I can think for this $52,000 document is to print it out so that I can physically throw it in the bin where it belongs, and shame on you all for voting in favour of it.
Okay, anyone else like to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that the document be left to lie on the table until such time as the council has the opportunity of a briefing session to more fully understand it. It's kind of a procedure motion, but is there, a second?
I'll second that.
Through Mr. Mayor, we just need to get the wording right, so we'll just give Alana a couple of minutes.
Procedural motion, I'd still have the opportunity to speak to it though, wouldn't I? Because there's a couple of points I do like to make which would justify that motion.
So you're moving an item that it come before the council briefing prior to council adoption, is that what you're saying? You just give the wording to Alana so we can put that in there?
Well, I guess just that the debate on this matter be adjourned until such time as council has had the opportunity for a briefing on the document.
Tsunami activity?
Pardon? What, here?
Okay.
We get to the end?
Sorry, the debate was never the agenda at all.
So who speaks to this, everybody?
Oh, don't worry, if you're on.
You don't need to evacuate, sorry to.
Should read the whole thing first.
What's that?
Tsunami.
So we'll just finish the typing and we'll get that up on the for you. So it's an amendment. The Councillor Vincent has moved, Councillor Wilson Collins has seconded, I believe. This is saying that the debate on this matter be adjourned until such time as council has had the opportunity for a briefing on the document. So, Mr. Mayor, there's amendment there. It's on the table now, so I think that's been seconded.
Yeah, but can I just double check? Do you mean for the debate to be adjourned or for the? Come back, otherwise if the debate's adjourned, then we start.
Take a debate on this.
Right?
Oh, no, I think that.
This matter be adjourned.
Perhaps if it's the whole deal, if we can just put a halt to it so we have the opportunity to go back.
Matter lies on the table or? Debate is adjourned.
So is this what you're meaning, Councillor Vincent? I'm trying to.
What I'm.
See right here.
Does this mean that the people that have spoken have still got after we've had the briefing? Because after we've had the briefing, people might want to.
Oh, no, once you've had a briefing. If this is, okay, sorry, I get your question now, apologies. So if this amendment passes and becomes a substantive and passes, then the effect.
I add some words to make it crystal clear would be briefing on the document. So that the matter may be considered afresh.
It's not going to pass anyway.
Change debate to matter anyway.
So hold on, Councillor, we're losing a bit of form here. At the moment, we've got that on the table. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Wilson Collins has seconded it, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Vincent, are you happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, so the question about councillor Wilson Collins that you had was what is the material effect of this? Would be that we would, if passed, I would bring it to a briefing.
Yeah.
Probably next week, and then you get the briefing on it. And then depending on how that goes, obviously bring it back to council. Your question is, would the speakers who have spoken already be able to speak? I would say yes. We'll just bring back a fresh and starting.
Okay. Right. I can just speak to it for that?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just firstly, it is a very large and comprehensive document, and I think that it would be helpful for us to have the opportunity to be have our hands held as we walk through it, to come to grips with what all implications are for us as a council and how we go, what implications it has for the business of council. Because it's one thing for academic speculation, but it's another thing in terms of what it means when it hits the road. The other thing is we have the government has foreshadowed a heap, about 23 different pieces of legislation which it's looking through at the Treaty Waitangi provisions in each of those, which is going to, each one of those will give rise to the need for this document to be updated. So there may be a benefit in just putting it on pause. It's a great body of work. Although I would say that anything, it seems a bit like a solution looking for a problem. But I think at the least what we should do is we're going to treat it with some respect and take it seriously. We need to give it proper consideration. And I don't think just having it put in front of us in the timeframe that we have for this to then give it a big tick, I think that is just a bit precipitate, and I don't see the need for urgency over it, that we have to deal with it at this meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Seconder, please, councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, I came in today with very similar viewpoints. When the agenda arrived on Thursday, I didn't have a chance until Monday night to actually look at it all. And so I've spent the last couple of days really focusing on 127-page document, which is a lot to digest. And there are many questions around its purpose and where it will go to from here. There's a lot of questions that the community have raised with me around the framing of the document. And I think that a council briefing is appropriate so that everyone, because I would be surprised if everyone around this table has read the 127-page document through. So perhaps a briefing is best, as Councillor Vincent has already mentioned, that it can then be given due respect of consideration. At the moment, there's a lot of questions around the document itself and its deeper meaning. So I'm going to assume by the looks I'm getting around the table, it's going to fail. So I'll save the rest of my speech for substantive motion.
Councillor Arthur.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm not opposed to having a council briefing. I don't think there's any need to not adopt it. I mean, it's been through extensive, robust legal review. We're not debating the content.
With Māori.
And so
allow him to speak, please, without interfering.
So yeah, I don't support delaying its adoption at all, but I'm happy. Seems like quite a lot of elected members would like to have a deeper look at it. I think once we've adopted it, then that can occur. Thank you.
So democratic.
Anyone else like to speak? Yeah, look, I'd just be interesting actually that get an impassioned history speech from Councillor Paniora, and whether her definition of history is relevant, correct, or otherwise, that actually points out to me directly how important it is to have a document that does tell us what our legal obligations are, otherwise it's always clouded. That's the purpose of having this document. It's a good reference document for people to refer to. And I believe it'll be very useful for both staff, councillors, and the wider public. So I'm not against having a briefing, but I certainly want to adopt it today. So that's where I stand.
It's a legal opinion. Like, let's be serious. Being Frank Ogilvy's gone through law school and got a degree in law. It's no different to if I was to be contracted to the council, I'd charge $52,000 and I'd submit a legal opinion on rights to Māori that would look very, very different to the legal opinion that is before us today. It starts off with some completely inaccurate, untrue, and lacking statements, foundational statements. It tells a dimensional view from this writer. And that's all that it is. It's a legal opinion, and I'm not going to, as I said, give it any mana. It shouldn't have any mana. It's not being consulted on. There's no democratic process that's been that's happened. That's not been. It's you've employed somebody who's in your own echo chamber. There's been no independency around even picking who you had to write it. So you've gone off and got someone who has the same ideological thinking as you, and lo and behold, he's produced some work that's consistent with your views. Don't you think it's better to have more people collaborate on something that you actually want to give some enduring, that you want to be enduring? Because all that's going to happen is that this document will be removed as soon as another lot of elected members come into office. Isn't it better to get bipartisan agreement around the table to actually produce a document that has any credibility or is worthy? And what a waste of our ratepayers' money to have your little document produced. You should have pulled it out of your own pockets, honestly. It's embarrassing. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think that on simple terms, on a lot of matters such as this, there is always two views. And, you know, we've already heard stuff, some information today.
There's only one view on the.
Excuse me.
Can you give him
not one view?
Give him the opportunity like you get. We don't interrupt your speaking.
We've had we have different views, and actually it's interesting. I imagine that Sir Aparana Ngata will be turning in his grave at some of the interpretations that are prevalent in this day and age. I think, for me, actually, and I'm genuinely interested, I really wanted to do to get to the bottom of what is the clear, not misinterpreted responsibilities of local government. That is what this point is about. And I might add, as it states here, it has been peer reviewed by the council's own lawyers. So I think that it's trying to give us some set so there are not wasted time in energy and debating whether it's right or whether it's wrong, to give us some précis of what we can work on, some guidelines. And for that, whatever way it comes out, I am pleased that we've got that initiative, because I think that that is an important matter going forward. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? We'll now put it to the vote.
Could you just be clear that what you are putting to the vote, please, your worship?
Okay, so the procedural motion, we will put it back up there.
Procedural motion.
No, it's not exactly.
Through Mr Mayor, it's an amendment by replacement. That's what is screen in front of you. We'll just think
Amendment to what?
Okay, so it's classed as an amendment, but it's by replacement. And that's what everybody's spoken to at the moment. So when you put the vote, that's what you'll be putting to the vote.
Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Version here, what the heck?
The count up.
Why did we stand?
We're getting close.
Howard.
Against.
Councillor Lambert.
Against.
Kim Larson.
Against.
Councillor Nair.
For.
Councillor Pennyroth. For. Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Councillor Wilson Collins. For. Mayor Jepson.
Against. Motion defeated. We go back to the substantive motion. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr Mayor.
Where were with that?
So, Mr Mayor, we've got the three speakers that yourself, Councillor Nair and Councillor Panero have spoken, so you can offer other people the ability to
Okay,
speak.
those that haven't spoken, like to speak. Councillor Aaron Wilson Collins.
Thank you. So now we're back to, what is it?
Substantive.
It's not like that kind of layer. That we are adopting. Okay, thank you. So I, as I mentioned, in my amendment speech, I have been approached by several members of the public who are deeply concerned about this document. Yes, it's a legal opinion, but it is actively anti-Māori in both intent. It does not speak for a lot of our community, and by no means does it promote unity, stability or leadership in our district when you want to sideline Māori points of view. So I want to share some concerns that have been raised with me about the core issues with the document. So there's, first of all, colonial framing from the start. The document opens by reasserting the Crown's sovereignty, referencing Hobson's proclamations and the idea that the treaty doesn't override parliamentary sovereignty. It actively undermines the treaty as a constitutional document, treating it more like a political courtesy than a founding agreement. It relies heavily on orthodox Western legal interpretations and courts that often sideline tikanga Māori and partnership obligations. It denies that councils have treaty obligations. The report claims councils are not part of the Crown and therefore have no real treaty duties, only those narrowly imposed by statute. This is false and misleading. While councils are not to the Crown in the constitutional sense, courts and the Waitangi Tribunal have repeatedly said that Crown obligations can extend to councils where they are exercising delegated powers or functions. It dismisses tikanga as law. The opinion begrudgingly mentions that Alice and Trans-Tasman Resources judgments, which Supreme Court decisions which recognise tikanga as part of our law, and Trans-Tasman Resource, which upheld Alice as recognising tikanga as law, but frames them as inconvenient, novel developments. It describes the recognition of tikanga as a challenge to orthodoxy rather than a long overdue step toward legal pluralism. The authors clearly resent any judicial recognition of tikanga, calling it a novel form of judgment. Consultation is framed as box ticking. The opinion says Māori do not have a right to be consulted, nor are they entitled to any outcome or veto. It paints participation as a burden and suggests councils only need to go as far as the statute explicitly says and nothing more. It's disrespectful to local mana whenua. It explicitly states that mana whenua mandates have no statutory basis. This is complete dismissal of local hapu iwi rights. Even where obligations exist, like LGA Section 81, the authors spin them as optional or constrained by democratic decision-making, a sly way of saying majority rules. It doubles down on democracy to undermine Māori participation. The opinion constantly reinforces that the primary obligation is to general community democracy, as if this is at odds with upholding Māori rights. This ignores the fact that partnership and participation are fundamental to democracy under Te Tiriti, and it has selective use of case law. They cherry-pick conservative judgments like Hart versus Marlborough DC and downplay or dismiss significant treaty-related decisions like Trans-Tasman Resources, Alice or Ngāti Māori. They refer to the Waitangi Tribunal as not binding and mostly irrelevant to councils, missing the point that councils should be guided by justice, not just technical enforceability. And the tone is politically biased. It echoes the rhetoric of New Zealand First Act and anti-co-governance narratives, especially when discussing treaty principles and reforms. There's also been a lot of conversations with me about $52,000 that was spent and how deeply concerning that is, that ratepayers' money is being spent on a document that undermines partnership with Māori and promotes exclusionary legal views, complete waste of public funds, and worse still is divisive, demoralising and profoundly disrespectful to Māori. Now, I asked at the beginning what the purpose of this document was and why we're communicating it to the staff, and there is no direction right now, apparently, that this will be the top line, the ceiling of what we will do in our obligations to Māori. I fully expect that that is what is coming, and I'm absolutely ashamed and embarrassed that that would be the case. Even whatever the legal requirements are, there are plenty of organisations who go above and beyond any legal requirements. An example I could give is offering and allowing more than 10 paid sick days a year. So I hope that we could continue to, go back to doing our obligations, increasing our obligations to Māori above and beyond what was actually allowed in, or was actually statuted in law. Because at the end of the day, it's good for everybody, despite what the thoughts around this particular table are. And I'm looking forward to a new council. Thank you.
What size t-shirt do you take?
Medium, thanks.
Would anyone else like to speak? All right. My move is required. I'll just reiterate that the purpose of this document is to give reference to council about what our obligations are. And they're not about going beyond oath, they're about what our obligations are. And I think it's important to note that we have had our peer review by Simpson Grierson. And I think the document is set out so that people can educate themselves, and maybe it can avoid future costs, particularly costs that are incurred by unnecessary litigation. Everyone needs to know what their legal obligations should be without making them up. Okay, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried.
Division.
Councillor Howard. Councillor Lambeth.
For.
Deputy Mayor Martin.
For.
Councillor Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Peniora. Against. Councillor Vincent.
Against.
Councillor Williams. For. Councillor Wilson Collins. Against. Mayor Jetsson.
For.
It's been carried.
Motion carried, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is item 4.6, licence to occupy road reserve car park, Ranfurly Street, Dargaville. Councillor Lambeth, have a second it? Okay, I'll second it.
I see.
Councillor Howard, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Lloyd. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. This item is really to put the finishing touches on the regulatory side of a 46 lot development out of Ranfurly Street in Dargaville. Far North Housing is seeking a licence to occupy lot 8, which is now a road reserve. It got vested as part of the subdivision. You can see that on page 202, I think it is, of your agenda item, second page of the item.
Page 220. Page
220, sorry. Yep. So the idea is that the licence to occupy will apply until such time that lot 8 is required to be formed as an actual carriageway to serve the adjacent greenfield land to the south of that lot. So really it's just providing for continuation and future-proofing the area for future development. So the recommendation is that the council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the authority to execute the document LTO, which is at attachment A. To answer questions through the chair. Thank you.
Okay, questions, is it? Councillor Lambert, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Lloyd, I've got a number of questions. Okay, we've Ranfurly Street or Ranfurly Street extension prior to Far North Holdings purchasing that land had access to that paddock, which is described as lot 20, I believe now.
Yep.
This will deny them access or deny people access from coming down Ranfurly Street going into that lot now. Is that correct?
The license gives Far North Holdings the right to occupy that land. So I guess your question is it exclusive to Far North Holdings, and do other people have the right to move through the reserve?
That is correct. The ownership of lot 8 will then revert over to Far North Holdings.
No.
It will do in the de facto relationship because they've got a license to occupy. So they will have the rights to that land and operate it as theirs. Am I correct here?
They don't own the land.
No, but they do with a license to occupy.
Yes, they have the right to occupy that land until council terminates that right through the license. And termination here is based on that road or lot 8 being required to be formed as a carriageway in the future. And, council does maintain full discretion over that.
So am I right in saying that lot 8, it's not an accident that it was there? That was part of that whole resource consent to provide that carriageway extension.
Yeah, I understand, through Chair, sort of background in terms of it. There was a bit of a debate about lot 8 or trying to retain the connection through to that lot 20, the Greenfields land. And as it went through the process, my understanding is that it was the recommendation of the transportation planners to retain an ability to make that connection through to the Greenfields land in the future. But having said that, not deny in the meantime the ability of Far North Holdings to occupy that space in the meantime until it was required for the carriageway. So that's the background to it.
However, you're taking away the rights of the general public to use Ranfurly Street to access that land. If the owner of lot 20 wants to have some rural activity there, they are unable to use or access through lot 8, am I correct? Because Far North Holdings will occupy that block of land and will have control over it.
Their control is the ability to occupy it and use that land is as per the licence, set out in the licence. That's all they have the right to. And council can terminate that licence.
So to occupy a block of land can have a lot of things, from the sheer outright title to a weekly rental to a full lease over numerous years, or a licence to occupy. All of them take away the rights of other people to use that block of land. And when I put it to you, hasn't that block of land, lot 8, been gone through a robust resource consent application to still keep that carriageway open? And that carriageway, prior to Far North Holdings coming there, had access to lot 20, and now it's going to be blocked off. Am I correct here?
20 gets developed.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it'll get, that's what the agenda says, that's what the document says. So they're going to use it for a car park for now.
Hang on, let's run this process according to when people put their hand up and ask to participate. So, Councillor Vincent.
I'm just trying to get an answer to that question, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Let Councillor Lambert finish his questioning and then we'll move on to Councillor Vincent, Paniora and then Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Once this licence to occupy has been given to Far North Holdings, will the general public be able to transgress through that area onto lot 20?
Yeah.
John, he's asked the question. I don't want you giving him the answer. It's been asked of Lloyd.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the document. Look, I can't give you an answer on the spot. But the question is whether this licence precludes the general public using that road. Can't give you that answer on the spot side. I'll have to check that and come back.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent?
I didn't actually have a question.
I can jump in here because I just live on 2nd Avenue and there's actually a big massive fence that separates it off and it's already being used as a car park. So there's no requirement for the public to be able to move through lot 20, but just going back to this, it's a license to occupy. It's just for the cars to be able to legally park there.
Yes, that's good.
There's not actually going to be any cutting off anything. It's just there's already cars there. It's just officially allowing them to be there. And there's it's quite a massive area that there's still needs to be a big driveway through for cars to come in and out of that space.
Yeah, through the chair. There's actually a plan of the car park. So I haven't got the agenda item, but it's on page 13 of the document. This plan shows the location of the car parks.
And the other part that's
in the road reserve.
Cut off here is that there's actually a paper road that links actually back through to where you come into Dargaville from Mangawhai. That in time to come, this lot 20 would be, it would eventually probably, anyway, I'm surmising, but it's going to become more of a development there. So I'm sure he's the owner. So as long as we speak to the owner of lot 20 to make sure that all they are okay with this. In my mind, we would need to get consult with lot 20 before we agree to this. So long as we can do that, then I think we should be okay.
Question coming in, isn't it?
Will we consult with lot 20 before we sign off on the licence to occupy?
If that's council's wish, yes.
I think it's.
And then just finally something for us to bear in mind when stage 2 comes online. I've already raised this issue with them, the parking. So this is just the temporary fix. They need to create some more parking when stage 2 goes online. Because they'll lose that. And I noticed that there's a lot of cars that park on that lot 8 as I turn onto my driveway.
Yeah, I don't know if I can comment specifically on that. Just by saying that in terms of the number of car parks, they were determined through the resource consent process and they are fixed as per the district plan. So, this development.
The extra cars only get one car park and then their extra cars are in each household are.
The consent. Yeah. Aaron Wilson-Collins, you have a question?
So just to clarify.
So the car park is not permanent, it's until you need that lot back.
Yeah.
There's currently a big fence up, you can't access lot 20 from lot 8 right now anyway. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
I may be reading something into this that I shouldn't. I've raised it with Councillor Wilson-Collins. Down here in the paper, it says Far North Housing having an expectation of ongoing exclusive use of the car parks. Now, is that, there's a plural there, so obviously there are other car parks, but does that include their expectation of exclusive use of lot 8?
Yeah, look, we've had to have some discussions with them, and I think their expectations were, to be honest, rather high, in my view. So we've had to moderate those expectations through this process and coming to this agreement as per the item and as per the license to occupy. So we said, look, we can't give you full exclusive use forever. However, we can, or council may approve a license to occupy until that carriageway is required to be formed in the future. So it's certainly, and reiterate the earlier answer, this does not give an ongoing right for Far North Housing to occupy the space.
I'll wait your turn, please. Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Paniora.
Just a clarification question, if you wouldn't mind, Roy. Are the car parks that have been allocated for lot 8, are they a requirement for Far North Holdings to fulfill their RMA obligations as far as this whole subdivision?
No, they're not.
So why are we?
Let's give their tenants somewhere to park.
Our community.
So the resource consent application doesn't require car parking on roadsides and the like. So it's an added luxury that they are providing to the, just as a matter of goodwill to their tenants.
Yeah, look,
trying to tell me.
My understanding, it wasn't a requirement of the district plan standard, but nonetheless, the developer felt it very desirable to have these car parks, and that they were pushing for those car parks to be in place. And
goodwill thing.
No, not quite. It's trying to be a win-win because council, well, the transportation planners were keen to retain this connection through to the Greenfields land. So this was a bit of a, not a compromise, but a bit of an arrangement to accommodate both, where the consent holder would have the ability to access those car parks until the actual formation of lot 8 is required to get that connection through to lot 20. So it was
because I'm very
put forward as a win-win solution rather than a win-lose.
I'm very aware, especially in Dargaville, that we've been criticised for giving away lots which were originally designed as future carriageways to landowners.
Yeah.
We've been criticised just as far as our future planning goes for that township.
Yeah.
And this appears to be, we've just fallen into the same trap.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it doesn't. I think Lloyd has answered that. It's a temporary LTO only, and it is protecting access. The LTO actually acts as a mechanism to protect that carriageway, so council can then use that to get access to the Greenfields development. So it's the opposite of what you just said.
Councillor Paniora, you had a question?
Well, so they owned lot 8 to begin with. They had to invest it into council as a condition of their resource consent. We're not giving them anything. We're giving them back what we took from them for a piece of land that we're not even using for the benefit of our community. So I just want to land that there. Second of all, if council was smart, this is Far North District Council. Guess what, guys? This is how Far North District Council managed to keep its rates down low, because it actually owns this land. And if we were smart, we would actually go to lot 20 and say, hey, can we purchase lot 20 as a council and put our own housing development in here? And then we can actually get a future fund going for our ratepayers to subsidise them and elect me next term, jokes. And yeah, so I see nothing wrong with this. I think that they need to have somewhere to park, but I think that we're getting too caught up in the legalistic LTO language. There's still going to be a carriageway through the park. There's parking spaces, and there's still going to be public access to and from the car parks. We probably just need to change the wording if that's going to be the deal breaker, and this is why I raised my conflict to begin with. Kia ora. What's the conflict?
Has that been used frequently now to get access to lot 20 and where the people from lot 20 talked with?
No,
You don't know that answer, do you?
I can tell you that the resource consent was approved non-notified, so the neighbour wasn't consulted or there was no dialogue in that respect. And I understand that the parking area has actually been formed, so it's
Already happening.
if it's a help, and because I can't answer that specific question in terms of does it prevent the actual public at moving across that land, we could potentially amend the recommendation to along the lines of, subject to the license to occupy, not excluding public access through that area if that's felt desirable. Because I think that was your concern.
I just think we've got to be very, very careful about the owners or the consortium who owns lot 20 on what their wishes are. I think we've got to do that before we start.
Well, can we lie it on the table to the next meeting?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, to be honest, you're delegating to me to execute it, so I can take this feedback away and execute based on your feedback. So I'm suggesting you continue today, as I think we've made a bit of a mountain out of a molehill here. I get what you're saying. Lot 20, we're trying to find out if we did consult with them. I haven't got a response yet. You've given feedback about the public access and the consultation with lot 20. If I'm satisfied at that point, after doing that, if you agreed to do this today.
Well, we can make a decision today and then we'll have a discussion about it next meeting.
But as a mover of this, I'll just make comment that you brought it up to light that it's already been used as a car park, so there's no hindrance to holding it back, is there?
No.
Right. Yeah, probably.
It's taken a while.
Just.
Yeah, well, shall we put in the hands of our chief executive to talk to the relevant parties and?
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe a big nothing.
Yeah.
We should probably procedurally finish the motion that's on the table.
Yep, all right, so I agree with that. What have we got? Got by, have we had a mover's statement from Gordon?
Yep.
Gordon?
We haven't had any speaking yet, so.
We haven't had anyone speaking? Okay, thank you, Lloyd. I think you can.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Okay, so I move a statement then, it'll be from Gordon.
Can I get it changed by way of agreement that we put it off until that investigation's done, or?
We need to find out what wording you want to change to, and then you need to get the second bit to it.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if you guys want to change it, that's fine. In the interest of time and expediency, you're delegating to me the authority to execute it. You can still delegate it to me, and then I can take your feedback on board regarding that public access and lot 20 consultation, right?
Excellent.
So then I can require that. So what I'm saying is you could just keep the resolution as it is.
Yes.
If you're happy with me to do that, and then we'll get it resolved faster.
Yes.
Then come back.
Yes.
Good.
Great idea.
I think that's fair and everything.
As long as there's.
Thank you. I've got nothing further to add.
Okay, second statement, councillor Howard.
I think there's been enough said. Thank you. I like the solution.
Any other elected members wish to speak?
I would like to speak a little bit. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I would say, looking at it, Kurt Martin has already issued a letter on this. And the license to occupy obviously is related to the same thing. So as Mr. Morris mentioned, I think we are making a mountain of the molehill. And just wasting of time. So I would say we just go ahead and do it. Thank you. I'm okay with that.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Shall we move on? All right. People's right to reply.
On the recommendations of the CE, yes.
Okay, all those in favour raise their hand, so aye. Against, motion carried. Okay, I want to move the next one, 4.7, approval for a new toilet block at Fagan Place, item 4.7. And our project manager down there on that site, Tim Manning's going to be talking to us.
Who's the seconder?
I moved it. Who would second that? So Howard.
Don't need to quicken the dead.
Did you already have your, okay, we'll make it councillor last and then, sorry, my hearing's not.
Oh, hey.
No, I'm sure councillor Howard won't be offended. Thank you, Tim.
When you use it.
Kia ora, guys. Now, so currently, KDC doesn't own a public toilet in Wood Street. So we lease effectively private toilets, two of them, shops here at number 7 Wood Street, and for the public, which is widely known, but that's what we do. When we started the Wood Street redevelopment process back in 2019, a lot of consultation came forward about the need for toilets. And as part of the design process, we allowed a space for the toilets, but we didn't include toilets in it because we were concerned. The positive news is the budget is well under control, and we do have funding toilets. The other thing is, look, there is summertime we get portaloos because there's just not enough toilet capacity. So we're installing a huge amount of more car parking there with this redevelopment, and it is really going to change the whole landscape and the amount of people that potentially visit the area. So toilets. Yes. Any questions?
Councillor Paniora.
Two questions. First is how much does it cost currently to lease the other toilets? And secondly, do you envisage
Page 3.
still leasing the toilets after the construction?
Okay. For you, your worship, the current cost is for using the toilets is 2,200 a month. So that is 24,800 a year. And we also pay, I think that's my right maths anyway. No, that's wrong, sorry.
28.8.
Yeah. Well, the 28.8 includes
the portaloos.
Portaloos as well.
Yeah.
So the 26,400, sorry, is for the leasing the toilets. So no, we would after we have to give them 6 months notice, but we would terminate the agreement.
And then will it be the 4,000 for the portaloos in the summer? Because will it still need that capacity, that increased capacity?
No, we wouldn't. We don't believe we'd need that extra increased capacity because we're providing an extra 3. Commercial property still has to provide toilets for its patrons.
Oh.
So theoretically, those toilets would still be used anyway. So really this becomes extra, plus we're providing 3 instead of 2. So
that's right, just because those other ones will be generally available still, won't they, in effect?
It'll be 5.
yeah, look, it's how they operate. But the purpose of it, they've got so many shops there, and some shops have their own individual toilets, but some don't. And so the purpose is for, supply for their customers, which really is most of the people that are visiting those shops.
So will the reduced capacity for parking, have you looked into whether that will create issues from removing that whole line of parking?
So for you, your worship, we've allowed within the design for that space. So we weren't we had left it as it was going to be planted.
Yeah.
So there was no parking there anyway. And in fact, the toilets come in a bit smaller than we anticipated, so we've added an extra park. So with the toilet design, there've actually been an increase of 1 car park for the area.
And is it correct? Correct. That's where you've got.
Okay, just want to
Invalid Park and.
hang on, councillor Howard. Just want to process here. If you want to ask a question, put your hand up, please. Councillor Howard, followed by councillor Knight.
Thank you, Your Honour. So am I correct, Tim, that you've got invalid parks and the likes there?
Your worship, we do have mobility. We do have some, we have a mixture of parks. We have some mobility, 1 mobility park and 2 parent parks.
Yeah.
Parks that,
that's what it is.
which is probably appropriate considering location.
Yeah, fair enough.
Councillor Knight.
No, just curious about the cost is very little compared to other toilets we are looking to do. 310, 180K. Every toilet I've come across is like $1 million. which we have done in Mangawhai. So what is it something you just portable kind of thing, or is it space for? Why so cheap?
For your worship, good question. This is a model that we've used elsewhere in the district. So it is it's manufactured off site. It comes in. Look, it is an advantage of the fact we're there doing the work through HEB. And so it's been quite easy for them to prepare the area, put the services in, because normally you'd have to dig up the road and put everything in, but we're already there anyway. So it's meant it's a lot cheaper. But it is a cost-effective way of installing a toilet. The actual toilet itself is 49,490. And that's including a crane to install it. So the other money is made up of the other services to connect it and the foundation, which he will do.
My question to him is obviously relating to why can't we replicate it? We are having toilets on our agenda every other meeting, whether it's Pahi or whether it's Pine Beach or whatnot. Can you look at some point having this model somewhere else?
Just a connection with them.
I got
kind of unrelated to this item, but
I've got 3 sites. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else wish to ask a question? Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Sure. Okay, my right of reply. I'm delighted we're going to drop some toilets in there. It was something that I kind of was bugging me for a while, because I know that I think we've increased the car parking there from 33 to 66 lots, is it?
These
car parks. And I know how busy it is in the summer, and I also know how the toilets that are used are well signposted, and they're not great toilets. And you know, when people drive into that car park and they don't know Mangawhai shops at all, they'll be able to see some clearly defined toilets that they can use before they, go into the shop. So I'm pretty rapt that our project manager here and his people have kept the budget down low enough that we can then put the money into some new toilets and remove the cost of renting toilets over the summer, which, looking at the figures, could have paid interest at least on these toilets we're going to put in, right? So it's a good move, in my opinion. Okay, second is my reply, which is Councillor Larson.
You took it off me.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, yeah, I think it's just really another one of these incredibly complicated projects that's been going on for a long time, this whole Wood Street redevelopment. And once again, I want to thank Tim for the excellent job he's doing with it and for figuring out how to get a toilet in there and finding it within that budget. I think it's really excellent in the way things are shaping up. It's fantastic. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is, further to what Councillor Larson said, it is great and gratifying to have a project well managed by budget that allows something a little unexpected to happen without additional cost. So we can do it. Good stuff.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As someone who's lived in Mangawhai for a long time, I've lined up at toilets at the shops many times with my kids, and I fully support having 3 more toilets in that space, and it's great that we can fit it within the original budget. I did actually message Tim when this project was first kicking off to say we really need a toilet here, so it's really great to see that that's actually happening now.
Thank you. Who else wants to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I also, something I got out of Tim's presentation is realisation that those existing toilets will remain as customer toilets. So this really is additional capacity. So I'm really pleased that visitors to Mangawhai will have some place to go on.
Okay.
On the go.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's very pleasing. Toilets is the pan of life, I think. Everyone is loving it. just, I hope downers or whosoever is aligned, on the contract doesn't ask for more money to look after these toilets. But I mean, I'm all for it any day. And I think it should be replicated to other places where we need the toilets. At some point, we'd like to use it to see whether how stable they are or clean they are. Thank you.
We look forward to the review.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, my right of reply. I'm delighted. This is a solid wee result. Thank you.
Big result. Oh, very good.
All right, all those in favour, raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carried. Thank you.
Never said no to toilet,
Let councillor Vincent get one over with his puns.
Couldn't help myself.
I'll take 5 for a cup of tea. Okay. Okay, we're reconvening this long council meeting today. It's 30th of July 2025, and we're up to item on our agenda 4.8, road naming applications for approval. I'll move that. Can I have a second, please? Thank you, councillor Naya. So presenting this is Debbie Rajiv. No, this isn't right, Debbie. Who's that? It is Debbie.
Yes.
Oh, got the wrong person. My apologies.
Good afternoon, your worship and councillors.
Good.
I'm presenting the road naming applications for approval for July. I have two developments in process, one in Mangawhai, the MetLife Care, looking for approval on 5 of their private access ways, and the other is in Dargaville off Bassett Street and Logan from Basco Holdings, Limited, and they're seeking for 2 road names for their development, and both private access ways.
Okay, any questions? I think this is a pretty clear-cut paper, this one, and I think you can stand down. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's just a simple road naming application. It's probably one of the simplest items we've had in front of us today, I'd imagine. So I'm going to talk to it. I'm very happy. The names look great. The process looks well done. Thank you, councillor Naya.
Thank you. Pretty good.
Wish to speak? Is that all? Okay, I've said enough. All those in favour raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, the next one is of similar nature, I believe, item 9, which is to be presented to us once again by Mr. Lloyd Barton. Road naming policy 224, minor amendments. I'll move that. Can I have a second, please? Arson. Thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So feedback has been received that perhaps our current policy is a bit over the top with respect to preventing the duplication of road names, and suggesting that we should be more flexible. And having looked at it, there is no impediments to being more flexible. So, for example, you know, it would allow, what's the road name? Hip Hop Lane. If you had a road of that name in Dargaville, then the policy amendments would allow similar name or Mangawhai. You've got that geographical separation and clarity. So the amendments are outlined on the report on page 274. There's clauses 2.1 and 2.2 are recommended for amendment, and that will make things more flexible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any questions, please? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, and I think this is right. Actually, perhaps most more changes that you've suggested in that, as clause 8.1 stands without modification, talking about duplicated within the Kuiper district. What this one means is, say where we are here, there was a certain name, say Coal Hill Road, and there was going to be another Coal Hill Road just through in the Auckland region, then the LINs would be aware of that and raise a flag to it. Whereas, so that's has a practical use, deleting the words within the Kuiper district. Also, the backstop is there is that approval from LINs for those sort of reasons, to avoid confusion and for emergency vehicles, all that sort of thing. So it is a practical change. Correct. Correct. That was my question.
Yeah, I have a question, sir.
Okay.
Clarification, actually. All these names and options have something on top of them, like Patiti has some sign on top of A. Maybe strengthen the sound as phonetics. Yes. When the actual signage is done, is it going to be the same way, or is it going to be without that thing on the top? Confusing.
Phonetics are generally
like Rakho close. So A has a particular sign on top for phonetics. It's not Rekau, it's Rakho.
Yeah, so that's the macron, is what that's called.
Yeah, so the macron will be there in the signage?
I'm not recommending any changes to the current policy with respect to macrons.
I would like to see whether it's replicated, the sign we approve and the sign which is there. Yeah. Just for you.
Okay, thank you.
Come back.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Lloyd. You can.
Thank
Thank you, Lloyd.
Coming back. Again, I'm not going to make a lot of comments except to say that's pretty straightforward and I think that'll go through reasonably easily. Councillor Larson.
Nothing. Thank you.
Anything further to say? Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, all good. I will not reply. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Right. Well, one sheet out of the way. Okay, next is item 4.10, which I'll move. Can I have a second now?
The names.
Have two elected members.
Okay, well, yeah, I've got them here. We're going to bring them up on the floor. Okay. All right, so this one here, before I get a seconder, it's to establish a steering group to progress and make a recommendation to council in relation to a development agreement with Alvarium, AINZ Fund 12 Limited through Strategic Property for Mangawhai Central. I've nominated and wish to appoint Councillor Larson and Councillor Williams to the steering group, which will also include appropriate council staff and a recreation specialist appointed by the Chief Executive. So can you blow that up on the screen there, please, Alana? And if I can have a seconder, please.
Yep.
Councillor Howard, thank you. Okay, oh, that's Lloyd Barton again.
Thank you once again. So as you're aware, Alvarium have submitted to council with a draft heads of terms agreement, which is sets out the parameters for a formal development agreement negotiated and hopefully agreed ultimately with council. So it's been suggested 2 elected members be appointed to a steering group, including council officers, to enter into discussions and negotiation on the matter. Just note that the steering group does not have the ultimate say. It does need to be reported to full council for agreement, for a development agreement. But it does provide some input at an early stage in the discussion negotiation process from governance. Thank you.
Any questions, Councillor Nair?
Thank you. I just have a question. It's just 2 months to election. The temporary nature of the people in the steering group, they may not be there. What is the solution then?
I might need to defer some of this to our chief executive, but I would think it would continue on until the outcome of the elections would be known.
The 3 years, Mayor. So it depends on whether or not the negotiations are completed prior to the elections. If they are, then there'll be no further need. If they aren't and the people aren't around the table, then we'll have to relook at that.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, we could have deferred it. Thank you.
Can I ask you, Lloyd, have you got any expectations of time?
Look, Alvarium or Strategic Property, who are acting for Alvarium, look, are very keen for the discussions to commence. Look, it's a bit difficult to gauge. I think it would be a matter of months before we get to some sort of conclusion on it. Time estimate, minimum 2 months, maybe more likely 3 months would be my estimate. There's, some pretty big issues to be dealt with.
Yep. Any further questions? Councillor Vincent.
I guess just elaborating a little on what Councillor Nair said. So what it means for practical purposes that if there's a change in the situation as far as those appointees are concerned, we can just worry about it then if it's not completed. That's what I take. Okay.
It's just your done.
Oh, yeah. All right, any other questions? Right, thank you, Lloyd. You can stand down. The statement, I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm not going to elaborate on the resolution there. Councillor Howard.
Nothing further. Nothing further.
The other elected members wish to speak? Okay. I will not make a further reply. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Okay. Next on our agenda is item 5.1, which is petition response, fluoridation petition report. I'll move that one. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rachel Williams. And welcome, Joho. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Through the chair, I take it that the paper has been read. The Ministry of Health has not mandated to provide fluoride. We will keep watching for the brief from the Director of Health, General of Health.
Okay, any questions?
Okay, through the chair, thank you. Just, is it the size of the council? How come it hasn't come to us, or is there a likelihood of us coming to Kaipara? Department of Health, yeah.
At this stage, there's no moratoria that they wanted to give to a size council as the Kaipara. I know Whangarei and there was to Far North District Council, but not Kaipara.
They have.
You'll see there on the attachment also that was sent to CE.
Yeah.
You know, and that's basically at this stage, that's where it is. And they haven't come back to us yet.
So all these petitioners we have, we can go back to them and say, well, we haven't done it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, I note on point C, it says staff will investigate the feasibility of providing publicly accessible taps supplying non-fluoridated water for the council of the day to determine. Do we know if that's something that Whangarei District Council has provided for their ratepayers since being met?
What I heard, I can say what I heard, and it's not, you know, it's not hearsay, but it's, I think there was sites that they allocated that there, but it's not in town. It will be out of town.
Through the chair, it's Mangatapere and Mangakahi, I think. 2 taps being provided.
But nothing urban.
Nothing urban.
No.
Can I ask my CEO, that sort of work, we'd probably look at it if we had a mandate put on us rather than prior to that?
If we had the mandate put on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there will be a cost to that.
Yeah, so why spend the money now?
Yeah, and that's why WDC are finding that quite difficult.
They had.
Okay, any other questions of John? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a statement, I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm happy with that recommendation. Councillor Williams?
Nothing further to add. I'm happy with the recommendation. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Naya?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I'm saying is we have got presenters from somewhere else with petitions, and I mean, each one has their own views. I am actually against fluoridation too, so happy with what is happening at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, next item is item 5.2. Local government elections 225 pre-election report. Notes, local government election 225 pre-election report, attachment A. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Yep. Councillor Vincent.
I'll be in the minutes.
Okay, so welcome, Tracy.
Good afternoon. So this is a noting paper and it's just to present the pre-election report, which has been made available. The Chief Executive is required to prepare and provide this report, and it's to inform candidates and voters, but it's also to promote discussion on the issues facing the council. There are specific requirements for inclusion. Due to our extreme weather events, council provide the years that are published in our LTP, and of course we had a shorter LTP, so there is not a final year. You'll find in other pre-election reports. This was released ahead of statutory requirements. We were keen for candidates to be able to access it as early as possible, so it was available from the 7th of July, Monday, and that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Naya?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just have one question, obviously, in terms of some details about projects in East and West. because I think the rates demand or rates letter which you have sent, and somebody pointed to in one of the barbecues 2 days ago, is that you have listed the projects done in the area, and they were out of 6, 5 were in Mangawhai. Is that true?
I have no idea. I presented a report
There is a letter
summarizes.
to ratepayers.
So I don't do letters to ratepayers. I just compiled this report.
Yeah, I understand that. It would be good to have some information on the projects as well.
So if any voter or candidate wants further information to the pre-election report,
Again, I agree.
report directs them to our website. But you can always, all of council's items are available by Lagoima at any time to anybody who asks for them.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, can I add on page 327 of the agenda, that's where you're talking about, we talk about the approximate spend. As you know, councillor Naya, you do get a project report every month.
Yeah.
And you've got another one coming to you next Wednesday.
So he was right.
Which will be publicly, I'm not answering the question, I'm just saying where you get the information will come to you.
372 is it? Thank you.
23 of them.
Why didn't you look it up?
Okay, any other questions of Tracy? Okay, thank you, Tracy. You can stand down. I'm satisfied with that report. I'm not going to make any further comments. Councillor Vincent?
Oh, no, I'm just lost for words. I'm just so overwhelmed with it. It's a great piece of penmanship, and I hope there'll be paper copies around too.
I've got one.
Good. Okay, any other elected members wish to say anything? Councillor Naya?
Well, I'd like to say, because there are so many items which are sitting there for a long time. So not happy with, I mean, it's good to be give the disclosure, but people keep looking at Aranga toilet replacement for 4 years and, you know, whatever, heaps of item. And also the fact that you have a disclaimer, Mr. Morris, that a complete list is not there. It's in the annual report, long-term plan 24-27, and which also has been uttered, I think, in one of the meetings. So.
Sorry, councillor Naya,
What are you talking about?
So I think the LTP, there was a document given to us, probably in public excluded, but the figures were different.
So the LTP has been audited and adopted and hasn't been changed.
Okay, so there's a meeting and a document.
So as you know, when we go through delivering projects.
Yes.
Things change.
Yes.
And timings change.
But these people don't know. That's what I'm trying to say.
Bear with. So, Mr Mayor, just bear with me for a second. So, you know, this is a summary of all of the work. Bear with, councillor Naya. A summary of our projects. We've put it in there and we've directed the public to where they can find more information if they want. That is the intention of the pre-election report. That's what it does.
So.
And don't forget, you know, projects changed. Council's, the LTP was adopted. Council's made some decisions to alter projects.
I understand that.
That's all been reflected.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Yeah, look, I think it's a really great snapshot. You know, you can just read through it. You can go to the actual documents, you know, in the long-term plan and look at it in further detail. So I think it's a good snapshot for the candidates. So thank you.
Thank you. Some of them else wish to speak. Okay, I have the right to reply. I'd just like to mirror Councillor Williams' words. Thank you very much for producing the document. I think it was reasonably informative to help people see where it sit. Okay, all those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carried.
I'm against, yeah.
You're against, okay.
Well, I think
it's document is against.
Okay, moving on to item 5.3, exceptions report for June. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yep.
So Howard, CE Maris will present this item. Thank you.
Yeah, we normally have Jessie.
I had some questions.
Jesse's on her way over for the financials, so we'll just get her to come over. How about we focus on the non-financials when she heads over? And I'm happy to take any questions.
Non-financials. Exceptions report, okay.
I'll talk about briefly, here she comes now, the capital expenditure, which she will talk to, which is on page 7 of that report and page 351 of the agenda. There's a little bit more information there for you. Noting, of course, that we're bringing quite a comprehensive report to you in August for the carry forwards.
Yep.
And of with the risk of repeating myself, but talking about the multi-year projects, delivery and our delivery of the capital works program, and obviously what the plan is moving forward as well. So Jesse, you're up as well. So I'm just talking about the capital works information. So once Jessie sits down, I'll hand to her and she can sort of take financials. Thank you, Jessie. I appreciate you coming.
I was ready.
Slow, fast.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So what you have is a finance report for the year ended 30 June 2025. However, we are in the middle of year end, so we're doing our annual reporting. We've got the auditors coming through, and that means so that means there's still quite a number of changes expected on the numbers. So just bear that in mind. There are changes to come. The main changes you'll see are in revenues, as we're calculating our year-end deferrals and revenue recognition. So we do expect in subsidies and grants, building consent revenues, development contribution revenues and waste levies. We're also busy reviewing the CapEx spend, correcting coding, getting the assets ready for capitalisation and to be valued for our annual report. So we haven't included the full capital expenditure list, however, bringing that next month with analysed figures applied upon the carry forward. So I'm just happy to take questions.
Okay, any questions of Jessie?
Could I make a comment?
Sure.
Just a question. Excellent stuff, and there's good information and some new information. So I'm looking at page 6, rate by ward, and thank you so much. You forever put the end this horrible conversation that we have to endure from certain people about West getting less than the West. So it's great that it's all set out, and we will look at it for hours.
Yes, and yeah, we'll continue to improve that over time.
Very good.
Yeah, anyone else like to ask a question? Councillor Williams.
Just had a question. On page 15, it's the 68 lot subdivision down Black Swamp Road. Just wondered, that seems to be a new one on the list. Do we know?
Black Swamp Road or Swamp Road?
Pardon? Black Swamp Road.
That is on the bottom there, the 8th of...
Page 15 of the document.
Yeah, page 15.
The bottom of the table?
Yep.
I'll just phone a friend. Michael Day?
For the chair, some of the applications on Black Swamp Road, there's
okay.
But it's not to do with
no.
Okay, cool.
But
is it no?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I ask, is it planned that it will, even with that that classification you got, be connected to the wastewater? It's completely separate. Okay, thanks.
Any further questions of Jessie? Councillor Nair?
Just a few items there probably have to be updated, I think. The Beach Road culvert and floodgate, 380,000. You said the tender evaluation and contract has been done, but that was done in May 25, 13 June. So that's the Gabriel thing, remember 3 years ago. And the same with the some of these upgrades which have been in the past. It will be good to know what is the situation now. So some of the dates are very old. Yeah.
I only do the finance part.
Yeah, I know. Not your baby, my baby.
Yeah.
Get Hayley to talk to this.
Chair, that procurement list has recently tendered as well. And so you'll see some of them, the tender closed or tender was awarded in June, and that's why they're still being reported on. Yeah. So next month you'll see the ones that were closing in June, awarded in June, they'll drop off as well.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Jesse. You can stand down.
Thank you, Jesse.
The statement, I'm not going to make any further statements. I'm satisfied with that. Any second statement, that's just Councillor Howard.
No, look, good reporting. Interesting to see that building consents have hit the highest number for the whole year. So maybe we're starting to see a little change happening there. So that was good. And I think that no really additional points to be made.
Other elected members wish to speak?
Just a comment.
No.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 15 on consent of interest. From 24 to 25, there are 9 of them, and all of them either they're deferred or further information. So I don't know where they're going. Thank you.
Might want to reply. I'm not going to make any further comment. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hands. Say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Okay, last item on our open agenda is for 5.4 resolution register update. I'll move that. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Councillor Howard, and presenting this is the lady to my left, Alana Tristan.
Every time. Through you, Mr. Mayor, any questions?
Can we ever see the end of Bailey's Beach item, which is storm events?
Have you read the update in July there, Captain?
Updated July says works are progressing well. And they're progressing as well. You have an expected date of completion for them?
The works are underway. I don't know if we can have a date we've completed because it is weather dependent and we're getting a lot of rain at the moment.
Okay, any further questions? All right, you guys can stay seated, of course. My right to reply, I'm happy, thank you. Raise the hand, say aye.
Aye.
As against, motion carried. I'm going to move that we move into PECs. Can I have a second?
Yeah.
Councillor Lambeth, all those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to call for a 5-minute adjournment while we